So we'll get started. My name is Rachel González. I work with the OSHA consultation program out of the state of Georgia. This is my colleague, Jenny.
Good morning.
She's our health branch manager with the consultation program, and then I'm a safety consultant on the safety side. And so just to give you all some background about this training, every year our program applies for a grant that's called the Susan Harwood Grant. And it's from the Department of Labor, and it provides us with funds to develop training on a specific topic and then to go pretty much all over the United States teaching on that particular topic. So last summer, my manager and I were trying to decide what we wanted to cover in terms of for this training. And we get daily, we get emails with news clips that are related to safety and health and accidents in the workplace and fatalities. And last summer we saw a lot that were related to the heat. So we're like, you know what? The heat's not going anywhere, right? And welcome, come on in. No worries. You're on time. So we know the heat's not going anywhere. If anything, it's getting worse. And OSHA they haven't come out with a heat stress standard yet, but they did announce that it's now going to be in the works. And so we decided that we wanted to cover temperature extremes. So if for some classes we cover both heat stress and cold stress prevention, but for y'all's sake, we're going to focus on heat today. And so because what's the coldest that it gets here? Probably the high 60s. I work out of Georgia, but I live in Puerto Rico, so very similar climate to you all, pretty much identical. So we're gonna focus primarily on heat stress prevention this morning. All right. So because this training is funded through a Susan Harwood grant, it is free for you all. So that's the benefit. This is definitely probably one of the nicest places that we've delivered this training, especially with this view. But we've been going all over the state of Georgia, all over the South. We went to Arizona, up to Montana, even Maine. We pretty much covered all four corners of the United States. And we're kind of in the process of wrapping up the grant. We wanted to do a lot of our training before it got hot so that employers and employees could be prepared. But we'll still do a few more classes, but we're really happy to be here, and we thank the consultation program with the Virgin Islands for hosting us and partnering with us for this. All right, so yeah, please do. Yes.
You all, if you are public sector, right? Okay, so the private sector, program, so we offer free consultation, confidential. You reach out to us, you spend some time looking over the safety, because we help right now because safety. We provide them with, advice, information so that your workplace is better to be. And if you have any type of push out from the enforcement side, you are in good shape. As Rachel mentioned, push out with standards. So the probably going to be doing some enforcement activity that's the standards are up.
Yeah.
So hopefully you guys in this thing they will help you between the better place, but also again reach out to us with the guys, free consultation, totally confidential. We work with you so that when enforcement comes in, you don't have to reach. We are part of the university. So if you check to us, we will take advantage of our service. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Michelle. Yeah.
Yeah, so we work for the Safety in Paradise's the same program, but in the state of Georgia. So Jenny and I, we work with small to medium-sized businesses all over the state of Georgia, and we do exactly what Greg mentioned. So we help companies get into compliance with the OSHA regulations that apply to them. So today we're going to do like a quick OSHA 101 intro to OSHA to begin, and then we're going to talk about working in extreme heat. And so what are the hazards that come with that? We will cover the different heat related illnesses that could develop. So from heat rash all the way to heat stroke, and how to identify them either in yourself or in a coworker or in somebody who's under your supervision, and how to respond to them. So we'll go over different first aid measures that you can implement if somebody is showing signs of heat stroke. And then I'll pass it over to Jenny, and she's going to talk about how to prevent everything that we've covered. So we'll talk about hydration, rest breaks, the need for employees to get acclimated to their work environment. We'll talk about employee training. What are the things that employees need to be trained on? Worker buddy systems. So there are a lot of different preventative measures that could be put into place to prevent employees from experiencing heat stress on the job. So that's going to be a lot of what we're going to cover today. And then we'll wrap up with a group activity at the end. All right, so this is, again, going over what we are going to cover this morning. So just to give you all a little bit of background related to OSHA. So OSHA stands for the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. It's basically the governing body in the United States that is concerned with worker safety and health. OSHA began in 1970 with an act of Congress. And basically OSHA's goal is to make sure that employees are provided with a safe and healthy workplace. And OSHA ensures, this goal and mission in a variety of ways. So we know that OSHA 7 enforces standards, right? That's probably what they're most known for, randomly showing up to facilities, doing inspections, issuing fines. But OSHA does a whole lot more than just the enforcement side. So like we've mentioned, we work with the OSHA consultation program. That program exists in every state. It's free, it's confidential, and we are there to work with companies and help them make their workplaces safer and healthier for their employees. OSHA also has a lot of different, outreach and training opportunities. So at Georgia Tech, we have the OSHA Training Institute Ed Center, and so we provide classes on OSHA related topics all year long. And then OSHA, they also fund the Susan Harwood grant. So we're just one of a number of grant recipients this year. I think there are between like 40 and 50 every year that receive a Susan Harwood grant. And they develop training materials on all different topics related to safety and health. And the really nice thing is that after the grant period is done, every grant recipient has to submit their training materials to OSHA. And those training materials get posted on OSHA's website. So if you go into like Google and you type in OSHA Susan Harwood, you're going to find hundreds of presentations, course materials on all different safety and health topics. And a lot of those training materials have been translated into other languages as well. So we have had all of these materials translated into Spanish. And most grant recipients do get their training materials translated into Spanish or at least one other language. So if you're ever in the position of developing training for your company, the Susan Harwood webpage is a really great place to start because there are already a lot of materials that have been developed. And then OSHA does a number of compliance assistance activities as well. And one thing we'll talk about is their national emphasis programs in a bit. Let's see, this is now not working. Should I turn it off? Uh-oh.
Here, let me see if I can get us to there.
If you go to, presenter mode. Down here. Yep, and then click here. All right, let's see if. All right.
Here, I'll just, is it working
Thanks.
now?
Yeah, it's
Again?
working. Thank you. All right, so under OSHA, employers have the responsibility to provide a safe and healthy workplace for their employees. And so they are responsible for complying with the safety and health standards that apply to their facility. And then they also, under OSHA, they are obligated to find and correct any safety or health hazards that are. So if an employee raises a concern, safety or health concern, that the employer is obligated to respond to their concern and find a solution to basically eliminate that hazard or reduce exposure to that hazard in the workplace. And then, it works now.
Good.
And then when it comes to workers' rights under OSHA, workers have the right to a workplace that is free of safety and health hazards. And they also have the right to raise any concerns or report any safety or health hazards in the workplace without experiencing any retaliation by their employer. All right, and retaliation, OSHA has a long list of what's considered retaliation. It goes way beyond just fire. It could be denied certain benefits. It could be denied getting paid for overtime. There are a lot of things that are considered retaliation, but you can't experience any sort of negative you can't experience anything negative by your employer for raising a concern related to safety and health. And employees also have the right to directly issue a complaint to OSHA without experiencing any retaliation by their employer. So there are actually whistleblower protection laws in place to protect employees if they do have any concerns related to the safety and health of their workplace. I also wanted to highlight this last point. So workers have the right to receive training in a language and in a vocabulary that they understand. So this is something that Jenny and I probably both run into a lot, because when we work with companies, we have to go over all of the training in terms of this is what you need to be training your employees on, this is what it needs to look like, these are the topics you need to cover. And I really like to speak to the Spanish-speaking employees and get an idea of whether they're receiving training in Spanish. And oftentimes they'll tell me, well, we did receive this training, but it was given to us in English. So I have to go back to the employer and tell them, you've got Spanish-speaking employees here, you have to provide this training in English to them. And they'll ask me, well, how are we supposed to do that? It's up to the company to figure out how they're best going to accomplish that. But that might mean having a live interpreter during the training. That might mean having an employee who is comfortable with both languages provide the training. It might mean, hiring somebody who's Spanish speaking to come and provide that training for the employees. So there are various ways that you can, meet that requirement, but it is something that does have to be met if you do have employees who speak other languages in your workplace. All right, I think we covered this. So employees have the right to request an OSHA inspection at their workplace. If OSHA does come, they have the right to participate in that inspection. So employees can speak to the OSHA compliance officer in private, again, without experiencing any fear of what their employer might do to them. And if OSHA does come to a facility and they issue citations, employees have the right to view those citations. And if you ever have any medical testing that's done related to workplace exposure, then as an employee, you would have the right to view the results of those medical tests. And the same goes for if any sampling is done in the facility. So if you have any air sampling or noise monitoring that's done in the facility, as an employee, you would have the right to view the results of the different sampling that was done. All right, do any of you all deal with temporary workers? Do any of you all have temporary workers in your workplace? Sometimes. So with temporary workers, they're entitled to the same protection as everybody else. So what that means is they have to receive the same level of safety and health training as other employees. And so sometimes what will happen is the temporary agency might train them on some basics related to safety and health, but then once they come on site, they're going to receive a site-specific, safety and health training. And so it's important if you do have temporary workers in your facility that you have a conversation with the temp agency or the staffing agency to determine what level of training your temporary workers have. All right, are any of you all familiar with the OSHA 300 law? Ring a bell? Are any of you all responsible for maintaining it? Yes? So the 300 is related to documenting work-related injuries and illnesses. So OSHA has a whole standard that's related to record keeping. And basically with this standard, it's requiring you to document certain work-related injuries or illnesses. So if you have a work-related injury that results in days away from work, a job transfer, job restriction, or medical care beyond first aid, then it does go on the 300 log. And you want to make sure that you keep this log, on site. You have to keep your logs for the past 5 years on site, and you want to make them as easily accessible as possible, because if OSHA does come for an inspection, it's probably the first thing that they are going to have to look at. If you have 10 or fewer employees, you are not required to keep the OSHA 300 log, and the same goes for if you're in a low hazard industry. So if you're in manufacturing, if you're in construction, if you're in agriculture, landscaping, you're going to have a 300 log. But we work with a lot of medical offices that aren't required to have one. But if you're in a high hazard industry, you do have to have a 300 log. All right. So I did want to also mention that OSHA has reporting requirements for serious work-related injuries that are different from reporting. So reporting is with what goes on the 300 log. Reporting is going to be more severe. So hopefully this would never happen, but if you had a work-related injury that resulted in an amputation, a loss of an eye, or an inpatient hospitalization, that does have to be reported directly to OSHA within 24 hours of occurrence. And then if you had a work-related fatality, that has to be reported within 8 hours of occurrence. So this is something that we ask companies, when we meet with them, this is one of the first things that we ask them. Have you had an amputation? Have you had an inpatient hospitalization? A couple months ago, I had a consultation with a company, and they were like, we actually had an amputation yesterday. And that's not normal. That has never happened before. At least with the company that I was working with. And I was like, we need to stop this consultation right now, and you need to call OSHA and let them know, and they probably will come and do an investigation in response. Call me once you're done working with them. So that a lot of companies don't realize that there is this requirement that you require OSHA, within these time limits. Okay. Well, if they find out that you did have an amputation and didn't report it, then you could get something. So even in a lot of companies that we work with, they may have had one, but they didn't report it. And so we'll still tell them to report it, even if it's outside of those times. All right. Another thing I did want to mention about the 300 log is, and this is what it looks like. So it's basically a one-page chart that you're going to use again to document work-related injuries or illnesses. At the end of the year, what you do is you take all the information from the 300 log, you transfer it to what's called a 300-day summary form, and that form gets posted in an area where employees can see it from February 1st to April 30th. And it has to be signed by the highest ranking person in the facility. Why do you think that is? Why can't the safety manager or HR manager sign? That? Yeah, it's for accountability, right? So it's showing that they're signing off that, yes, this is what's taking place in my facility. All right, and then we just included some helpful, resources. So the OSHA website has a ton of information on there. So they've got the standards on there. They've got e-tools, which basically take the standards and translate them into a way that's more easy to understand. Have any of y'all gone in and tried to read the OSHA standards? sometimes they're not that easy to follow. So e-tools are a really great resource because they basically make the standards easier to understand. And then, like I mentioned, there are a lot of different PowerPoints that other, grant recipients have put together in the past, in years past, that are available for anybody to use. So lots of different presentations are available on OSHA's website. And then I included, this is the link to our consultation programs website. So with Safety in Paradise is what's your web address for Safety in Paradise? Safety.uvi.edu. Safety in Paradise. Safetyimparadise.uvi.edu. So if you're interested in working with the consultation program here, you can fill out, can they request online? Sure. Yeah, you can fill out a request form and that will put you in contact with the consultation program. And then on our website, we do have a lot of templates for the safety and health programs that are required by OSHA. So we recently put together a heat illness prevention plan template on our website. So if you're, after this class, I think we should put together a plan, to outline how we're going to protect our employees from the heat. We have a template, for that plan on our website. So you would just go to our website and then there's the resources tab, written program templates, and we've got templates for all the different OSHA mandated programs. And now it's not working again.
It's because I added to the chat. I'm sorry.
Okay, no
So try
worries.
again. Sorry, I'm trying to engage.
So OSHA has different emphasis programs. They're called national emphasis programs, and they're focused on different topics. So right now, OSHA does have a national emphasis program on the prevention of heat-related illnesses in indoor and outdoor working environments. And so basically with the national emphasis program, you're going to, it's basically demonstrating OSHA's the importance that this topic is, how important this topic is to OSHA. And they do have a targeted enforcement component that comes along with the national emphasis program. So what that means is even though we don't have a heat stress prevention standard yet in the works, even though we don't have a standard yet, OSHA can still do heat-related inspection. And they are doing that. And so if, whenever you have a hazard that can't be cited under a standard, what OSHA will do is cite it under what's called the general duty clause, which basically says that there's an unsafe working condition in the workplace. And so anything related to heat right now is cited under the general duty clause, but we just found out last week, I believe, that the Biden administration is now working towards developing a heat stress prevention standard. So we'll see, how long it's going to take to get that put into place. But if that's the case, then there's going to be, again, a whole standard with a lot of different requirements. But if you follow what we're talking about today, then you'll be in a really good position to be in compliance with that standard. All right, any questions on what we've covered so far? All right, so I actually want to take the opportunity to do some introductions. So I want to hear from you all what your name, if you're working, who you work with, and what your experience has looked like being the heat working here, which I'm sure all of you all have had some experience with that. So can we start with you?
I'm Carolyn. I independent contractor, so I work for myself.
Okay.
I've got a big project. I started the project and I did it, and now I'm here to learn. It crept up on me.
Yes.
And that was the thing that day that it happened. I came home, I rested, I didn't feel bad, just felt like time.
Yeah.
I missed it, I felt fine, I was having company, so I just I started cleaning that, you know. Then, right before that, I kind of had it.
Mm,
It's the big-
yeah.
I was sitting out, having coffee, and my. We don't look very good. So
Yeah,
he got me some, coconut water.
yeah,
And I stayed on the couch all night. I couldn't even.
wow,
So. I'm here.
yeah, good, good. Wow, I'm sorry that happened though. It does creep up on you,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
just, you know, that day.
Yeah,
I felt
yeah. Were you working outside that day? Okay,
just like sick.
wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in the humidity, yeah. So one thing that I always mention and when we give this class is, and related to you saying that correct up on you, is, you know, if you have an employee who, you know, they lose a finger, right? They have an amputation, it's obvious that you need to do something right away, right? And respond immediately. But with heat, it's not so obvious. And so it creeps up on us, right? And so sometimes we don't realize like what's going on and we might think, maybe it's just I feel nauseous because I didn't eat breakfast this morning, you know, or whatever it might be. And we don't realize that it's actually because our body is experiencing heat stress. And so that's why we're going to spend a good part of the class talking about what those different signs and symptoms look like and feel like, so that we can be looking out for ourselves and also those around us too. And I'm glad your landlord recognized that, you know, you weren't feeling well and gave you some coconut water. And we'll talk about also what are some things that we can do to help lower our body temperature. Because when you cross that threshold into heat stroke, there's actually nothing that you can do. Like your body has already, its cooling mechanisms have already failed. So now you're completely dependent on somebody else to help you lower your internal body temperature. So we'll talk about what can be implemented, you know, to help somebody who's suffering a heat stroke. All right, well, welcome. I'm glad that you joined us. Okay. Mhm. Yeah. Yes. So how do you handle that? Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Good, good. Yeah, we'll talk about like the big three things you want to have or water, shade. That's good that you were promoting also. Awesome. I'm ready. I should be back to bring it off. Okay. Exactly. Yeah, a lot of what we'll talk about can be definitely applied, you know, to the sport realm, and even just apply to when we're at home, you know, if we're out gardening, exercising, whatever it is, I mean, everything that we're going to talk about can be applied to. So, yeah.
My name is Bill Hamilton. I'm the EHS manager for David Construction here in the islands for a commercial general company. For me, I'd rather have 115 than 32. But
Okay.
for our employees, right, hydrate, rest, and shade. A couple breaks throughout the day, they take lunch, but they seek shade when they are taking the breaks and lunches in the open area to breathe. We have not had any heat related injuries or incidents thus far. We've been here for 3 years.
Okay.
So, all good.
And that's, you know, with it, we'll talk about, acclimatization, you know, and how our bodies get used to it. But one thing I've heard, somebody had mentioned before is that sometimes, you know, in an area like this where it's hot all year round, employees are already to being in. It's probably similar to Rico. We don't have central air conditioning in the house. We all have inverters or unit. So, so that was a big adjustment for me when I was from Georgia to Puerto Rico. Is you're, you know, in the kitchen and you don't have the air conditioning running, or you know, just sitting around the table and everyone eating. And in Georgia, all of them have central air conditioning, so it could be really hot outside, but you're not really that affected by it. So, but that is a benefit, you know, to being here is that you probably, if your employees are from the Virgin Islands, they probably, you know, are somewhat acclimated already just because of their living environment. Yeah.
Most of our.
Okay.
More.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, we can relate to that. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Good. That's good. Yeah. My husband came down with me and he was just like freaking out yesterday. Yeah, yeah. I get it. The thing with acclimatization is that because in Georgia, like it's only hot in the summer, you know, and or sometimes you'll have like a really cool day in the fall or in the spring, and then the next day out of nowhere it's like 85 degrees. And so those are things that, you know, we have to be mindful of, because if you have employees who have been working in, you know, in cold temperatures up until that point, their bodies may not be prepared to work another 8-10 hour shift now when it's 85. So that's something that, you know, Jenny's going to cover, and we'll talk about if you do have employees who are coming from the state, you know, the kind of the schedule that you want them to follow so that they get used to working in these temperatures, especially at humidity level too. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. Oh, yeah. Good. Good. Yeah. So, and we'll talk about, you know, the clothing and what type of materials wear, what colors to wear as well. It all needs to really be.
This is I work for a product company.
Okay.
Been in construction for about 20 years now. And so he been especially in Southern California.
Oh.
Southern California, Las Vegas, Arizona, it's brutal. So I've had a lot of workers that they suffer like heat cramps.
Yeah.
So I've seen it when like, you know, they actually cramp up.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, you get them out of the sun, like put them in the shade, right on them. You know, some people get water on themselves, like do that, you're gonna get sick. You know, or some people like to get in the AC and then come out.
Yeah.
You're gonna get sick, you gotta get acclimated. And, it's definitely something you gotta pay attention to for sure. But otherwise, there's some people, like I said, they'll throw up, they'll pass out.
It's very good. Yeah.
Or I've seen some people where they go on lunch, they want to cool out, they drink a beer, it's like, don't do that.
Yeah. So yesterday, you remember, sure, about a beer at 11 a.m. Not a good idea. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Good, okay.
Buy stuff on the road if they're going to meet that.
Yeah. If you are gonna be sweating for, I think, for 2 hours, definitely.
Not another.
Yeah.
It is.
Exactly. Yeah. If you haven't sweated. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. We had a she class on yesterday, yeah, in Las Vegas. And during that, our two drivers were there, Some picture in there.
Yeah.
And they actually gave the cost at a company who they have a.
The only difference, the only difference is the strike.
Drop.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So, it's-
but it's so high.
and so we were doing a hospital over there. So when they were doing the underground, with the metal trenches that you can see coming out.
That's wild.
So it's-
It's different.
Yeah,
Yeah. Different kind of. The humidity, I mean, the humidity is up too.
yeah.
Very good, welcome. All right.
Hi, morning, my name is David Spain. We saw the machine.
Okay.
Pretty much. Start. Also. Equipment maintenance, when I was in. So, yes, we have lots of folks who are exposed to the temperature. Now, for me personally, I want a lot of fire. That's when, yes, as much as I think we acclimated to this, I believe a lot of us take it for granted.
Yeah.
Yes, it looks very long hours coming into the heat. And sometimes the kids go to the end of the day,
Yeah,
just because it's really beautiful.
yeah,
I believe, so what we do, we take care of it. Just to give up the resources. Like, that's a practice of us doing
yeah,
it, guys,
yeah,
so that, because if although we have not experienced any kind of illnesses,
yeah,
but of course, I'm not potential, we feel sense. And we all know, because we work in this environment for so long,
yeah,
we don't, we take it for granted.
yeah.
So therefore, we're conscious.
That is true, because you could also have the mindset like, oh, I've never my whole life here and nothing happened. Yeah, you hear that a lot. You know, just in the safety, we've been doing it this way for this long and have. We'll talk a lot about different, like personal risk factors, the behaviors that would set something up for experiencing. See, because maybe you live your whole life without having any issues, but then if you're drinking a lot, you know, over the weekend, or you skipped breakfast this morning, you know, or you decided to get a Red Bull, and all of those things are going to put you at an increased risk of experiencing these stress on the top when you're already exposed to things. So there are a lot of personal risk factors and also, you know, behaviors that we have to be mindful of and want to train our employees on so that they can make, you know, the best decision for themselves too. Great.
Here with my life, most of our guys and live in different. We do have guys coming down from the state,
Yeah,
but this is something I'm trying to feel like. I'm having an experience.
yeah,
There's a guy, creeps up on me, sort of. Anyone else?
yeah,
Anyway. See it in that book.
sure. Very good. Excellent. Good, welcome. All right, it's Alex.
Hi, everyone. I'm.
Oh, Alexis.
I'm food private sector, I've been in state, 10 years. 5 years, in, stateside and. So I just got with, State Paradise, recently, so I'm kind of getting active with them. How the, consultation. So, here will be here. But give myself, keep us going there. Yeah, stress is a big thing. I do a little research on what's going on right now with climate change.
Yeah.
And it's quite significant, especially in 2023. There's no explanation. It is the hottest year ever.
Ever.
In human history. And you guys do know about, virtually is now tearing up. Greater and so right now.
Yeah.
Much of, significant. That's the first hurricane that we've been given, early year on
Yeah.
record. So every year, right, it's getting broken. Cars, stress, I know the whole thing is now, they're developing a second for that.
Yeah.
New codes, so, and I think that has a large part of the fact that the heat stress thing is a new problem. And right now, we're hearing a whole lot of fatalities or significant injuries that are associated with it, but that has a lot of part of the fact that it is such a problem. And it's not black and white, in a lot of ways it's not, because it's not like you getting an amputation. Very cut and dry, right? Kind of process. Well, heat stress is very kind of extreme vague. Something you can get heat stress or having related pains through the night to be alive. Associated with that.
Yeah.
But from my take up in here, I'm doing that since the age of 1, and then the years I did, landscape. And I just feel the battle would be a lot better then.
Yeah.
Now it's evolving, we're entering a fully different, stage in time. Something that, we don't need to understand,
Yeah.
how to combat it. It's really cool that we're going to finish. I do think that we're massive things.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, I agree. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. I'm glad you mentioned the hurricanes too. I think we're all a little nervous, right, for the summer. My husband was like, we need to, like, this summer, we need to buy stuff, like battery powered fans. And now after teaching this class, I'm like, we need like cooling towels too, because, once you lose electricity, it makes a big difference, doesn't it? With being in that heat. So it is something also that we want to consider, when we're developing our hurricane, preparedness plan too, just what are the things that we're going to have in place to help us cope with the heat when we don't have access to the air conditioning. All right, good. Well, I'm so glad. And well, Jane, did you want to introduce yourself too?
Yeah.
My name is Jane from program manager. Assistant program. Yeah, so, I know, yeah, what it is like, why ever. So, wow, yeah. So I'm interested in hearing about all the different facts, yeah, because I believe I made here, I experienced it, yeah, and I just. Sure, and what we can do, to pull in how, possible that, like, different. Yeah, take out things that we still have. Yeah. Easy. Cool. Yeah. And I just like that's gonna be something that we're just gonna keep with around. And the next kind of also I saw. So you can put the camera on the thing. First of all, Amazon was very fast. Put it around there and then. Right. So that having air, or here and there, or pulling your head in front of them, like piece of the line the capital. Yeah, we have, I mean, we did cover, or we didn't use that with the slide, we'll cover from different like PPE objects, like pulling off, but we didn't want to replace, but the good news is that now, I mean, the bad news is that now it's good. That we have to deal with, but the good news is that we're gonna see more and more technology, being developed and with the
But there are things that, you know, we implement by taking health, supplemental school. Exactly. Yeah. Hi, I'm environmental, I am the research technician for the community center. That's a non-profit project. I actually have basic guarantee stress. I have basic really. Yeah. So not volunteer, really, on the job? No, okay. Sure. Yeah. It's later too, really. Yeah. Okay. Wow, so completed, yeah, and then what? You mind sharing what happened? So every year you go to somewhere abroad, and you work in the value team. Team entrance, you were there. What a place. Yeah. Project here in the morning. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so about 11, hot day, lots of sun. I felt sick from the day. I thought tired, sure. And then I something like as my thoughts and it was like, oh, and then I just went down. And so I don't know if I can.
Oh, you had your neck from.
Yeah. And then you were like, yeah, I don't think it's to the level of. That different environment. Yeah. One things that. Yeah. And more so. And wow, and it's cool. That's it. Pretty boring. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's being awesome. And I was on top of it, was better. I just thought that was like something. But like, yeah. Yeah. And I think you need to buy water. Right. Yeah. Yeah, and sometimes like when we're traveling too. You know, and outside of our routine, it's hard to keep track of this.
Oh, I was just gonna share, we'll go over this later, but at the back of your workbook on tab 4, and you guys can keep your workbooks. That's, I don't know if you said that or not.
Yeah.
But there's a hydration toolbox talk, which we'll talk about, but we have a heat stress prevention shopping list of items we recommend. So I wanted to just point this out that as people share items that they recommend, you can add it to the shopping list. Yes, so that's why I'm bringing up. So you can be like, neck fan, adding that to the shopping list. Check out Amazon.
Thanks, Jenny.
Right, so working.
All right.
Chatting, so.
I think we're good. Let's see.
Okay.
Oh, nope.
Here, let's try this.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay, cool. We're gonna start with a little quiz. Okay. So I'll just say the statement and you can say true or false. So heat stress may result from the buildup of muscle generated heat in the body. Is that true or false? Muscle generated heat. It is true. Yeah, that's pretty much what heat stress is, the buildup of heat in the body that our body can't get rid of using natural means. So if you're in a hot environment and you are also physically exerting yourself, then eventually what will happen if you're not you know, you're not saying, if you're not taking breaks and putting yourself down, then what will happen is you're gonna have this buildup of heat in your body, and that's what stress is. All right, the time to drink water is when you are thirsty. That is false, right? And we've all heard that from a young age. If you're thirsty, then you're very likely are. All right, what's the most important thing you should know about preventing heat stress? We've got water, shade, rest, or all three are important. All three. So you can have, you know, say as an employer, you can provide them with shade, you can provide them with rest, but if you're not providing them with water, then your heat stress prevention program isn't going to be effective. We really need all three to have an effective program. All right, the evaporation of sweat is the most important way our bodies get rid of heat. That is true. So yeah, when we're sweating, that's what's going on. Our body is getting rid of heat, and that's why we feel a lot hotter when we're in the environment. Right? Because you've got all this atmospheric moisture, and it makes it hard for the body to prevent heat to not. We're going to talk about that and with the heat index and what that means. But so and here it's very humid. And so it feels, 85 degrees here is going to feel a lot hotter than 85 degrees in Arizona. Right? Well, it's 85 degrees in Arizona. It's cool today, right? But then if you have Arizona drive, you're going to be a lot more humid. So it feels a lot hotter to the body because your body isn't able to get rid of heat as efficiently. All right, over 70% of those who suffer heat stroke die if not treated properly. Really high, and it's actually like, and so again, we're going to cover like first aid measures that we can put into place if someone is suffering from a heat stroke. We have 30 minutes. We only have 30 minutes to make a difference and get their body temperature down. Yes. Yeah, so, well, it's hard to, I would say you probably didn't have a heat stroke, because if you did have a heat stroke, you would have needed more than just rest shade. You probably had heat exhaustion, and what we call heat syncope, which is basically the same thing. With heat stroke, you're at this point, like you're not even sweating anymore. So your skin is hot and dry to the touch. And your body temperature can go up to like 106 degrees within 10 minutes. And it'll keep rising if you don't receive air.
And in exhaustion before school.
Yes, yes,
So there are signs.
yes. And we're gonna really go through that progression. So we'll first start with like heat rush, so heat cramp, then heat exhaustion, which is probably a lot of us have probably at some point in life experienced heat exhaustion. And that's what comes before heat stroke. But once you reach, once you cross that threshold of heat stroke, your body isn't able to cool itself down. And so that's like when we're growing ice on, and that's what they depend on or you pass on if someone's trying to find heat. But and we'll cover a number of fatalities. Actually, that's the next slide. From employees who died from heat stroke. And so you'll see that the body temperature for existing. So this is Gabriel Infante. He was 24 years old. This happened last summer. In the summer. And he was installing fiber optic cable outside the Washington State. It was his 5th day on the job. So what does that mean? He probably didn't have training. What else? He wasn't acclimated. Yeah, so actually 50% of heat-related fatalities in the workplace take place during the first day on the job. And 75% take place during their first week on the job. So that just tells us how important it is that we give our employees time to get used to working. Another thing that somebody had mentioned in one of our previous classes, and it's very applicable here, because he that he was new to this job, his supervisor and his coworkers didn't know him. They didn't know his personality. So you'll see why this applies here. So this day, the heat index was over 100 degrees. He complained of feeling tired. He was experiencing cramping, which if we're experiencing cramping, that's actually a sign of exhaustion. So we have to stop overdoing and we need to put some in place to allow our bodies to cool down. He was moved from the digging crew to dump a load, and then eventually he was moved back to the digging crew, right? What ended up happening is he basically fell into like a fit of delirium. And so that's something that does happen when you have, or something that could happen with heat stroke, if you basically lose your mind. And the reason why it's important that perhaps his coworkers didn't know him well is because they thought that he was under the drug. But he was actually, his supervisor thought that he was on drugs, but actually he was experiencing. And so he thought his coworkers were going to attack him. And so he lunged at one of his coworkers, he fell in his head, and not by his own. But he was experiencing a heat stroke. And so when he got to the hospital, his temperature was taken and about 100 degrees. And unfortunately, he did not move. So this is, again, an example of, heat stroke and what happens if we don't respond and we don't recognize it. We don't respond in a timely manner. So these are some other statistics related to, heat related deaths. So from 2011 to 2021, there were 436 recorded work-related deaths that were caused by and then between 2015 and 2019, about 35 employees have died each year due to environmental cases. Now, that being said, both OSHA and I actually agree that these numbers actually are not representative. And the reason why is because it's very, very difficult to determine that the cause of death was heat stroke. Because what happens when someone experiences a heat stroke is their heart gives out and they have a heart attack. And so oftentimes the cause of death is listed as a heart attack and not as a heat stroke. So these numbers are for deaths that were listed as a heat stroke, but the numbers are actually a lot. It's just that when the cause of death was listed, it was listed as a heart attack versus a heat stroke.
So it's still causes them.
Yeah, because your heart, what happens, your heart is trying to pump blood, to the rest of your body and then produce blood, right? And that's how you get rid of heat. And so your heart is pumping so fast and it just can't keep up and everybody is still looking for a little bit. And eventually you can suffer a heart attack. So yeah, and so maybe, maybe there have been many victims of heart attacks, recently started. It actually what was happening was they were experiencing a lot of stress from the environmental heat that they were exposed to. I always worry about my mother-in-law because she has high blood pressure and she lives in an apartment that doesn't have any, in Puerto Rico, that doesn't have any air, no units or nothing. So I worry about her a lot, because if you do have, we'll talk about different health conditions that could predispose somebody to experiencing heat stress, but high blood pressure is also one of them. So we know that, being exposed to the heat puts us at an increased risk for experiencing a heat-related illness, right? So heat exhaustion, heat stroke, but it also puts us at an increased risk of experiencing a work-related injury. Because, when we're really hot, right, our palms get sweaty, right? Maybe our safety glasses get all fogged up. We have reduced brain function too. We might feel dizzy. I had a student in one of our classes who shared a story about her brother who was a window washer. And so he was washing windows, he was on a ladder. And he was experiencing heat exhaustion and he got really dizzy and he fell off the ladder. And he miraculously landed on both feet, but actually the sheer impact of landing on both feet caused the whole right side of his body to be paralyzed. And so that, like, the primary cause of that incident was actually his exposure to the heat, but that led to him falling off the ladder because he was feeling very dizzy and had like a dizzy spell. Yeah. So these are all just things that we have to be aware of too. Maybe we're not experiencing a heat stroke, but we're still going to be at an increased risk, especially if we're, working on ladders or working around equipment that is hazardous, driving forklifts, whatever it might be. These are things that we have to be, we have to consider when we're working in the heat. So when it comes to, heat illness, it really is a matter of life and death, because every fatality that's related to the heat it's 100% preventable if we have the right measures, in place to prevent it from happening. And if a heat stroke doesn't kill somebody immediately, it can still have, lifelong, it could result in lifelong, chronic effects. So it could cause, internal organ failure, right? It could cause liver and kidney and muscle damage. It could cause blood disorders, nervous system disorders. So even if somebody does survive a heat stroke, they could be dealing with, some chronic issues that were a result of that heat stroke. And we know that having a serious injury or death affects everybody on site, right? So if you have, if you're in a workplace and you see your coworker, suffer a heat stroke or suffer a serious injury, that affects everybody on site. I had a company that they had a double amputation on a lathe, which typically, like, you don't think, I don't know, I was shocked when I heard it was on a lathe. And this employee had been working there for like 40 years. And all the guys that were working around him had been working there for 40 years too, or plus, or more. So they all knew each other really well. They were very close. And so this company was telling me that they lost a lot of employees, after that, because they just couldn't come back to the workplace because it was such a traumatic experience for them. So, it doesn't cost a lot to put, these preventative measures that we're going to talk about into place. It does cost a lot to have a heat related fatality in the workplace. All right. Have any of you all seen this map before, this tracker? It's a really interesting tool that the CDC has. And so basically what it shows you is the number of heat related, like, emergency room visits for every 100,000 ER visits by region. And so it'll show you, you can see, like, based on the color, how hot it was that day. So, in Texas, it was over 100 degrees. And we can see that for every 10,000 ER visits that they had, there were 681 that were related to the, not just for a single day. And so you can see that in areas where it was a lot hotter, like, Las Vegas, Phoenix, you had over 1,000 for every, sorry, not 10,000, every 100,000 ER visits. And so again, this is just showing you that as we see an increase in temperature, we are going to see a lot more heat stress cases. When I was putting this together, I was trying to figure out, like, what's like a really hot day typically. And so I put July 24th. And so this is what came up for July 24th. And this actually gets updated daily. So it's an interesting tool that they have on their website that just shows the impact, that the heat has on our health. All right, we're going to cover this one and then we're going to take a break. So have any of you all heard of the heat index? Yeah. So here it definitely applies because you've got, we're dealing with a lot of humidity, but basically heat index takes the temperature and then it also takes into consideration the humidity. And then it'll tell you what it actually, like, what the temperature feels like to the human body, given how humid it is outside. So if you see, like, let's say it's 94 degrees, actually let's do 88 degrees and it's 40% humidity. feels like it's 88. But if it's 88 degrees and it's 90% humidity, which might, be the case here, right? Summer. It feels like, what did I say, 90% humidity, 105, 113. So that's actually what it feels like. So this is a good tool to refer to, especially if we're planning work throughout the day. And I'm going to show you all an app that OSHA has. Are you all familiar with the OSHA NIOSH heat index app? Familiar? All right, we take our brain down. So it's called the OSHA NIOSH heat safety app or heat index app. And basically what it does is it will take your ride location and then it'll give you the temperature and humidity at this very moment. And then it'll tell you whether you're in the caution, warning, or danger zone. So it's 89 degrees right now, 65% humidity. It already feels like 100. And it's 10 a.m. So we are in a danger zone. So, and what you can do is put on precaution. And it'll actually give you a list of things that you should have in place to protect your employees. So water and shade, and it gives some different guidelines related to water and shade. We've got emergency planning and response, work and breath. Having a specific work rest schedule. Training, what to train your employees on, watch out for heat-related illnesses, and what to look out for. And then you can also see what it's going to be like afterwards. So again, this is really helpful if you're planning, for work throughout the day, and it'll it gives you a good range your effective for one. So right now, in 15 minutes, it's already like 108. By 12, it'll feel like 110. All right. So today.
Don't know what you.
Yeah.
It's always good to say it again, you guys.
Oh, yeah. That's how we work. In January for February, right?
Maybe.
I thought.
Yes. Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, so I know. I don't want to hear it because I'm like, it's so hot. Let me just see.
And then we also talk.
It does.
I
I didn't know that. Or maybe that reminded too. That's very interesting. So there's a lot of, I didn't know it was not. That's very good.
Go online then.
So it's a really good tool to have in your life. And it's free. And it also put down here the symptoms. So it'll tell you the different symptoms for illnesses. And then also for state. So what to do something I think you'll see this is a medical emergency. All right, but then there are definite things you want to do while we're waiting for emergency. Right, so it'll give you some different measures that you can do in place there. Heat exhaustion. I don't even remember doing that. Rhabdomate myelopathy. This is related to the kidneys and dehydration. Heat cramp, heat rash. So again, it's called the NIOSH OSHA heat safety application, and the icon is like it's a sign with a red eye. Related to. All right, we're going to take a break. It's 10:10. Let's come back at 10. And then we'll keep going. Yeah. There's water. Yeah, thank you. There's water and some snacks. Okay. Yeah.
Here, jump in it.
All right, we're gonna get started. So considering everything that we've covered so far, who would you say is at risk of experiencing? Pretty much at least here. Yeah, so what specific industries come to mind? Construction, for sure. Landscaping. Painting, yeah, it's a new list. Organic kitchen, absolutely. Yeah. That's existing. So we've got, I mean, pretty much everybody, unless you're working an office job and you're in the condition, you know, but construction, manufacturing, we work with a lot of manufacturing facilities that had just like industrial ovens. I work with an asphalt manufacturing plant, and they have to, you know, heat up that material to make the asphalt, and it's so I like purposely will try to, and they're outside, so I'll try to visit those plants in like January or February and not in July. Bakeries, kitchens, laundries as well, agriculture, landscaping. How about mail and package delivery? Last summer, there were a number of fatalities from with USPS and UPS workers who died on their roads. When they were in, I know I can think of one that was in the Dallas area. I can't remember where the other two were. Warehousing. A lot of warehouses are not climate controlled. They're really hot. You know, utilities, right? So, and you know, installation, working out in the street, the fire service as well. Think about all of that equipment that they have to wear. Yeah. Yeah.
Or they don't have to.
Yeah.
They would-
Absolutely. So I was listening to an article a couple weeks ago, and it was talking about Arizona, specifically like the Phoenix area, and like how that area really isn't designed to have as many people living in it as they do have. And they were saying that a study was conducted where they looked at what would happen if there was a blackout in the summer. And because in Arizona in the summer, you are so dependent on the air conditioning, like people don't go outside in the summer. And they were saying they would lose 1% of the population from heat stroke. So it's like 13,000 if they had a blackout during the summer. And I thought, what are we doing? But we're again, we're more used to it, and it's not 120 degrees. But yeah, that's a very good point. If you lose electricity and you're used to working in a particular environment, and now you're not, and you're kind of just sedentary, you know, and there's not air, then definitely you're going to be at risk. All right, so let's talk about heat stress in terms of, you know, what it is, like what actually takes place in our body. So our bodies cool themselves down in two ways. So one is what we call convection, which is basically where your heart is pumping blood to the blood vessels that are under your skin. So you start with, you know, you're starting in the heart, and then it's pumping blood throughout your body. And then the second way that our body cools down is through evaporation. And so that by sweating. So our body is pumping blood to the rest, you know, to the blood vessels under our skin, and then we are evaporating heat. We're sweating, you know, we're basically sweating lots of heat. Now, when our body is trying to cool itself down, it's going to pump faster to cool itself down. And that's why if someone does pass away from heat stroke, lots of time. So this is a very, very important slide. And this is going back to what I had mentioned about there are a lot of different like personal and behavioral risk factors that can put somebody at an increased risk for experiencing heat stress, either in the workplace or even, you know, outside of the workplace. So as we get older, our body has a harder time tolerating heat. The same goes for if we, as our weight increases as well, it's going to be harder for our body to tolerate heat. Physical fitness. Now, typically, if someone is more physically fit, they're going to be able to tolerate the heat better. However, that does not mean that if you're fit, you now, are not vulnerable to experiencing heat stress, because there are elite, professional athletes who have died from heat stroke. So again, just because we're physically fit may not mean that, we aren't going to be at risk of experiencing heat stress. I was a swimmer, and I remember when I was in high school, he was like a world-class open water swimmer. So he would swim in ocean and lakes and rivers and long distances. His name was Fran Crippen, and he had a race I think it was in Dubai, and he died from a heat stroke during his race. And he was he was really like in great shape, but the water was so hot and the air was so hot that his body just couldn't handle it. And so now they have rules in place that basically say, like, if the water is above this temperature, or if the air is above this temperature, we're not going to race. And then we've got adjusting to the hot environment, right? So our body, it needs time to get adjusted to working in a hot environment. And Jenny will go over like what actually takes place in our body as we are, getting acclimated to being in that environment. I live in Puerto Rico. I used to live in Georgia, but I'm actually from Seattle. I'm from the Northwest. It does not get hot there, really. Like if it's like above 80 degrees, it is a big deal. And everyone like goes to the mall to seek refuge in air conditioning. And if it's like 65, everyone's got their shorts and tank tops on. So I'm from Seattle. I went to college in New Orleans, okay, which is a very hot, humid place. And my first year there, I was a freshman, and I was on the swim team. And my second week, so it was still August, I just moved from Seattle. My second week in New Orleans, we had a workout in the weight room, and I overslept my alarm. And I was late. So I got punished, for being late. So I was 10 minutes late, so I had to do the 50 minutes of the rest of the workout. And then our weight coach said, follow me out to the football field. All right. So I go out to the football field. It's 3 p.m. in New Orleans in August on the turf. Okay. So it was really hot. Again, I'm from Seattle, so I was not used to this at all. And he pulled out a sled and he put 2 50-pound plates on it. And he was like, I want you to push it going down and then pull it coming back. And he strapped me in and all that. And I had to do that 8 times. And after 4, he was genuinely concerned for me, because I would he was like, do you have asthma? Because my breathing was so labored. And I was like, no, I'm not used to this heat. This is really hard for me. Looking back, now I'm realizing I was, not acclimated at all. And that's what was going on. So he was like, okay, I'll stop you at 4, but if you're ever late again, you have to do it 12 times, to make up for the other 4. So I was never late again. But again, I know what it feels like to not, to be thrown into that environment, and just your body is not prepared for it at all. So certain health conditions, so having, and I think it's on the next slide here, diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disease, kidney disease, that all is going to affect your body's ability to regulate its internal temperature. Also, if you have respiratory illnesses. And then the use of alcohol or drugs or caffeine also is going to interfere with how our body regulates its temperature. So I'm not saying not to have your morning cup of coffee, all right, but we don't want to be drinking, Red Bulls and Monsters during our work shift while we're looking for that. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, coconut water is good because it's got a lot of electrolytes. Yeah, good. Yeah, so these are, if we're gonna be working outside all day, we just wanna be mindful of what we're consuming. We don't wanna get, a couple beers on our lunch break, right? We had, actually in our first class, I remember we had a guy from a company called Georgia Power. And they do a lot of work outside. And he was saying that the day that we have the highest number of heat stress incidents is on Monday. Why do you think that is? They've been enjoying themselves, during the weekend, and then they come on Monday morning and they're already dehydrated. And so the reason why like alcohol and caffeine puts us at increased risk is because they're diuretics. And so it's going to cause us to lose, fluids faster, and then that puts us at an increased risk of being dehydrated. Certain clothing and PPE as well is going to, it's going to increase the burden on our body. So this is, you want to consider this also if you have employees who are wearing heavy PPE. We did a class a couple weeks ago, and we had a student who worked in a chemical manufacturer. They make pesticides for like the agriculture industry. And so they, you gotta have some PPE in there because they're dealing with some pretty nasty stuff. And so she said that nobody will go like longer than an hour of working in the heat with the PPE on. So they'll work for an hour, they're required to take a break, and then they switch it out and somebody else goes in, puts the PPE on and does the same job. And so if you have employees who are using, certain personal protective equipment or heavy clothing, you do want to consider, how that's going to affect their ability, to tolerate the heat as well. But even just, light colored clothing is going to be better. So black, is, darker colored clothing. It's going to absorb the heat. Lighter colored clothing, it's going to reflect it. Certain materials and fabrics. So we want breathable material. We don't want like polyester, linen, cotton. I got full cotton. I don't know. Dry fit material. That's all going to be, better for when it comes to tolerating the heat. And then this is a really interesting point. Certain medications also affect our body's ability to regulate temperature. So diuretics, blood pressure medications, antihistamines, medications for COPD, and then also psychiatric, like antipsychotic medications. They're all going to affect how your body regulates internal temperature. So if someone's on one of these medications, they might not even realize how hot, like they may feel cooler than they actually are. So they're not gonna realize how hot like their body is actually. If that makes sense. And we're gonna do an activity at the end where you all are going to go over different fatalities that happened that were related to the heat. And one of them, the employee was on an antipsychotic medication. He actually went above his recommended dose too. And it was only like 80 degrees that day and it was in Michigan, but he did pass away from the heat stroke. So these are all things that, if we have employees who are under our supervision, these are all things that we do want to train them on so that they can, they're aware of what their predispositions might be. All right, so let's see what else here. We did pregnancy. I'm 6 months pregnant and like tolerating the heat is very difficult right now. It's really hard. I have to take a lot of breaks. I just go into, I have to be in an air-conditioned room like every hour at least. A history of prior heat illness. So if you do, if you've had a episode in the past, you could be at an increased risk. And actually, I forgot to mention that I suffered a heat stroke when I was in college. So I'll share with you all my story because it was kind of the perfect storm. So I was a swimmer and my junior year, at the end of the season, you have basically like your championship. So it's everything you've been working towards the whole year. The week before, I was babysitting a little girl who they didn't tell me she was sick. she was very sick, and I ended up getting norovirus from her, which is like a GI, like you lose a lot of fluids and it's really awful. So I was severely dehydrated after that like 24-hour bout. And so my mom was a nurse, and so she called me, I was talking to her and telling her what was going on, and she was like, you have to get an IV, like just given like how many fluids you lost or how much fluids you lost, you should get an IV. So I went to the team doctor, and he resisted giving me an IV, and he gave me some electrolyte beverages and asked me to rehydrate on my own. So, I just did whatever he asked me to do. And so I drank these, salty beverages and thought that might be enough. And so then that weekend we had our championship, and I was a long distance swimmer. So I swam the longer races. And so the first 2 days I had the 500 yards freestyle and the 400 IM. And so I felt awful after both of those races. I could barely get out of the pool. Everything was spinning. But I had no idea that it was because my electrolytes were just like way out of whack from the illness that I had experienced earlier. And I was like, I didn't know what was happening to me. And so I was really nervous because the final day I had to race the mile, which is 66 lengths of the pool. So it's like 5 times longer than all of the other races I had swum thus far. So I was like, if I could barely get out of the pool after swimming, 20 lengths, like how am I going to get out of the pool after swimming 66 lengths? And so I was, sorry, I said 5 times longer, it was 3 times longer. But I was so nervous. And basically, one thing I do want to mention is that our team had a tradition where we would chug a Starbucks double shot prior to every race. All right. So I had already had like 2 of those in my system from the days before. Then I had another one before I swam the mile. So, my electrolytes again are all, imbalanced. I'm drinking a lot of caffeine. I'm in the water. The pool wasn't necessarily hot, but the natatorium was pretty warm. So the first like 40 lengths, I actually feel okay. And then after 40, my legs start to give out. And I'm like, oh no, like I remember like registering like something happening. And so my legs start to give out, and then my arms give out. And I don't know how I moved through the water. I was on the end, like the edge of the pool. So my team was like right here watching me. And they were like, Rachel, like when you would breathe, your eyes were rolled back and your face was blue. And they said I just looked like a sloth moving through the water. And everybody finished the race like 2 minutes before me. To this day, I don't know what the lifeguard was doing, but I blacked out. And so the last thing I remember is praying and feeling like I was breathing through a straw. Like I just remember turning my head to breathe and not feeling like I was getting enough water in the lungs. And so fortunately, because it was a big competition, there was like EMTs on deck. And so they recognized that obviously something was going on. And so when I touched the wall to finish, I actually passed out, but they were there and they grabbed my wrists and they were able to pull me out on the backboard. And then they had to implement some of the different techniques that we're going to talk about in a few slides to lower my body temperature. And I'll tell you, I'll just know what happened at the end afterwards. But obviously I was okay. And I'm so glad that there was somebody there who recognized what was going on, and there was ice, and there was an ambulance nearby. And, but it was very scary. And for about a week after, I just felt, I kind of had like concussion symptoms, like the light would bother me, loud noises would bother me. But again, I had like, as an athlete, even in New Orleans, I never received any training on the heat. And we would work out in the heat all the time, but it just wasn't one of those things that you really think about, I guess, or consider. I guess now, so it is going to be, especially sports teams, they're having more conversations about it. Unfortunately, because a lot of athletes have passed away. But at that time, we never had any sort of discussion on the heat and things that could put you at an increased risk, you know, of experiencing it. So with heat stress, right, it's a buildup of heat in the body that can't be removed by natural mechanisms. And so when we say natural mechanisms, we're talking about convection, so our heart pumping blood throughout our body, and then evaporation, so us sweating that heat off. So there are some, you know, behavioral cues of heat stress disorders that we do want to look out for. So hands or limbs shaking, decreased productivity through the shift. If you've got like increased absenteeism or awkward posture, so if you've got employees, you know, who are like this throughout the shift and just trying to catch their breath, it might be an indication that they're either experiencing heat stress or they might be. Again, there could be other reasons for these behaviors, but if you're already working in the heat. And then we've got a number of different heat stress disorders. So we're going to go through each of these. So the first is heat rash. Have any of you all experienced a heat rash before? Yes. What does it feel like? Super itchy. Yeah. Yeah. And it like feels like your skin's on fire, right? That's why they call it prickly heat. So basically what happens with heat rash is like your sweat glands get inflamed because of all the moisture and sweating. And then you have an inflammatory reaction and it results in a rash and it causes extreme itchiness. And when you sweat again, after the rash breaks out, it causes this like burning sensation on your skin. And so this is what it looks like. It's kind of hard, but it's basically just these gray bumps. They're small bumps. Sometimes you have food in them. I got a heat rash last summer. We had some friends visit us and we went on like a snorkeling tour, like what Jenny went to Buck Island yesterday. So similar to that. So, so it was very similar, like you're on a catamaran, you know, and we were under the sun for like 6 hours. And the next day I just broke out like with an awful heat rash. And this is like the least severe heat stress disorder, but it's still like, it can be pretty debilitating because of how painful it is. And you just you don't want to sweat. Like you just want to be in a cooler environment whenever you have this. So with heat rash, it will go away on its own, but if you want to speed up the healing process, keep the skin cool and dry. So you don't want to add like any sort of moisturizing cream. You don't want to put like aloe because again, we want to keep it dry. So you could put like a Benadryl cream or like a hydrocortisone, but something that's going to actually dry it out more. Powder. What? Exactly. Calamine lotion as well. Yep. And then you just kind of wait, you know, but within several days, it'll clear up on its own. But I have heard that once you get it, you are more likely to get it again, unfortunately. So I'm kind of just waiting for when the next time is going to be. All right, with heat cramps, have any of y'all experienced heat cramps? Yeah, typically like we've probably all experienced some cramping, you know, like in our calf or in our leg or arm, abdomen. And if you're exercising, if it's from exercising or you're outside, it's probably heat cramp is what it is. So typically this is going to happen, you know, if we're performing strenuous activity, if we are dehydrated. So what happens is once you're sweating, you know, as you're sweating, you're depleting your body's salt levels. And so it's basically a heat cramp is basically your body's like your muscles reaction to low salt levels. And so your muscles are going to cramp up. And usually it takes place like in the abdomen, arms, legs. I get them like the times that I have gotten heat cramps, it was in my calf and it's very uncomfortable. It's very important to note that it could be a symptom of heat exhaustion. So if you do have somebody who is suffering from heat cramps, there are things that we want to do so that it doesn't keep progressing. Because they're already, I mean, this is a heat stress disorder in itself. So they're already experiencing heat stress and we don't want it to progress to heat exhaustion or heat stroke. So have them stop what they're doing, right? Sit in a cool place, drink water, have a snack, or an electrolyte beverage. I would highly recommend having them drink some electrolytes. And then actually, you don't want them to return to strenuous work for 3 hours after the cramps subside. So I understand that could be difficult, in a working environment, but we don't want them to further exert themselves because we don't want them to go into experiencing stroke. And then there are things that we can do to help relieve the pain, just gentle stretches as well. Avoid salt tablets. So our recommendation is to have a snack, right? And also have an electrolyte beverage. And then if the worker already has pre-existing heart problem, if they're on a low sodium diet, or if the cramps don't subside after an hour, then that's when we want to seek medical attention. So I would say have someone, and one thing I do want to mention, and we're going to emphasize this, but if you have somebody who's showing signs of heat exhaustion or heat stroke, you never want to leave them alone. Okay, so you don't want to ask them to go, to urgent care on their own. So you always want to have somebody take them, because again, the body can kind of set direction really rapidly, and you don't want someone who's already in a really vulnerable state to be on. All right, I'm just gonna take a drink of water. So Nikita, this is probably what you experienced. Heat syncope. So this is basically like a fainting spell and it's your body, body's response to being in the heat. So, or weakness or fatigue. Contributing factors to be dehydration or lack of acclimatization. So just not being used to being in that particular environment. And you did exactly what you said here, right? So go try to find a cooler place, sit or lie down, drink water, clear juice, or like a Gatorade or something that's going to have electrolytes in it. But again, you don't want to return back to what you were doing. You don't want to return back to doing any strenuous activity if you experience this. All right, then we've got heat exhaustion. So heat exhaustion is going to be more severe, okay? And this is our body's response to excessive sweating, and which leads to a loss of water and salt. And so obviously workers who are in hot environments, they're going to be at an increased risk of experiencing heat exhaustion. And so these are the symptoms that we want to look out for, all right, in ourselves, in our coworkers, and employees who are under our supervision. So profuse sweating, extreme weakness or fatigue. So again, we might be thinking like, well, I didn't get that much sleep last night. That's probably why I'm tired. But it might be because, we're experiencing heat exhaustion, a headache, experiencing dizziness or confusion, right? So again, the heat is going to affect us mentally. It could cause us to be agitated or irritable as well. A loss of appetite. So at this point, like food just doesn't sound good. It could cause us, we could start to feel nauseous. There could be some vomiting, fast and shallow breathing. So I had mentioned, when I was swimming, I felt like I was breathing through a straw, right? Vision problems. So maybe now like our vision's getting a little blurry, right? Muscle aches and cramps, excessive thirst, chills, clammy and moist skin. And we put sometimes unconsciousness because by the time someone's unconscious, it's very likely that they're experiencing heat stroke. But these are kind of the precursor symptoms to a heat stroke. So this is heat exhaustion, and this is what we want to be looking out for. All right. And we have to take immediate action if someone is showing these symptoms. So depending on the severity, you may need to seek medical care. Okay. Definitely you want to rest in a cool place. So if you're at a job site and they've got a trailer that's air conditioned, that's going to be a great place to go. Maybe that's not going to be an option, but at least find a shaded spot, have them sit down, have a fan, put it in their face. Rest on your back with your legs that are elevated higher than your heart level. That's just going to help with circulation. We want to drink cool fluids. Okay, so this is not the time to drink a coffee, right? Or a Monster energy drink. All right, we want to stick to water and electrolyte beverages. Okay. And then there are other cooling measures that we could implement, right? Because we want to cool our body temperature. So you could have, get a cool towel and just put it against your neck, right? Your face, your hand, your arms. Take off any unnecessary layers too. So if you're wearing PPE, move to a safe area, right? Take off your hard hat, your vest, even your boots. We don't want to have all the excess burden on our body. And then if possible, this may be more possible at home versus in the workplace, but take a cool shower, right? Or a cool bath. I know that I've experienced this just from working, just exercising outside, and I'm like, I need to go take a cool shower. Which my husband still takes hot showers in Puerto Rico in the summer, and I just don't get it how he does that. But in the summer, it's always cold showers anyways. But that's gonna help. That helps a lot, and just that exposure to those cooler temperatures are going to help lower our body temperature. And again, do not leave, if someone's showing these symptoms, if they're saying, I don't feel good, I feel nauseous, or I'm super thirsty, or I'm just feeling dizzy, don't leave them alone. All right. Somebody needs to be with them, because really quickly it could turn to heat stroke. So heat stroke is the most serious heat-related disorder, and it occurs when our body is unable to control its temperature. All right. So now that sweating mechanism, it is fake. So our body is not able to get rid of the heat on its own. And so that's why the temperature can increase so rapidly. So if someone experiences a heat stroke, their temperature can rise to 106 degrees or higher within 10 or 15 minutes, and it could continue to rise if we don't do something to get their body temperature down. And if emergency treatment isn't given, then heat stroke can result in a death or permanent. So again, it's super important that we respond immediately. So these are the symptoms that we definitely need to be looking out for. So high body temperature and rising. So often it's going to be, if someone's experiencing heat stroke, it's going to be above 104 degrees. Nausea and vomiting, seizures. Again, these are all very serious symptoms. Disorientation or delirium, so the example that we talked about before. If you're with somebody and they are just talking mumble jumble and not making any sense anymore, and you've been in the heat for a while, they might be experiencing a heat stroke. Unconsciousness, coma, shortness of breath, slurred speech, right? So again, you're not able to understand what they're saying. The last two may be more difficult to know if they're taking place, but decreased urination or blood in the urine or stool. All right, so if someone's showing these signs, we have to call 911 right away. Right? It is a medical emergency, but there are things that we can do to lower. There are things we have to do to lower the body temperature while we're waiting for emergency personnel. All right, so number one, the best thing that you can do, which again might not be feasible in the workplace, is cold water immersion. So if you've got access to tub and you've got ice, it may sound severe, but just put them in that tub and throw ice all over them. That's actually going to be the best way to get the body temperature down. And a lot of athletics programs now have them. So maybe they have a football practice, right? And I've seen the tub there's on hand. But again, maybe that's not going to be feasible in the workplace. So there are other things that we can implement to still get their body temperature down. So there are what we call evaporation cooling techniques, where basically you're going to spray cold water. Oh, sorry, do you have a question?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're basically spraying cold water on their body and then you are, I'm gonna use. And then you're just gonna fan them. And basically what that's doing is mimicking what sweating does to cool us off, all right? There, you can, if you have ice, and I highly recommend, like, as part of your heat illness prevention plan, to have first aid, equipment on site, which will include ice or cooling, or like ice packs. So pack them around the employee funds, throw on the neck, under the armpit, in their groin area. Have a cooling blanket, wrap them in a cooling blanket. And then there's a interesting method that we like to cover, which is called the TACO method. And it stands for TARP assisted cooling with oxygen. And all it takes is TARP and ice. And you can literally take somebody's life. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna have a TARP, all right? And you're gonna gently long roll the victim. And you have to have 4 employees. You're gonna have 1 employee at each corner, and you're gonna pour ice just on top of the victim, okay? And then each employee is gonna grab a corner of the tarp, and it's too, and you're basically agitating that tarp and agitating the ice within it, so that it comes in contact with all different, every part of the victim's body. And that can actually save somebody's life. So again, all you need is tarp and ice. Okay? Did you have a question, Gary?
Yeah.
Is there any danger if someone's not suffering from a heat stroke? If they're showing, I would think if they're showing signs of heat exhaustion already, I don't think there is a danger in doing so.
While I am not a medical
No.
professional, let me always add that stipulation. I do not think, and remember, if you're doing these tasks, you're doing them during the time while you wait for 911 to
Yeah.
arrive. So immediately, the emergency responders will take over after that point. So in my mind, the risk that you take for doing this to prevent someone from dying from
Yeah.
heat stroke far outweighs, like the benefits of that far outweighs the risk that they might be high on something and you're just wrapping them in full ice, which
Yeah.
will not really do much to them other than probably agitate them more if they're under the influence.
They would tell us like when you're working, and if you get like cold water and you pour it and stuff, they would tell us to do that. They would say that it was bad. I can't remember why I was younger, but it was.
Interesting.
They would say that you do like put like the cold rag.
Okay. Yeah.
And then.
Yeah.
They would say like a bucket of cold water, like dump it on.
Okay.
And I know 'cause a lot of people would do that, or they would do that, and they would go into like a car with AC.
Oh, interesting.
And they would like the performance, like I said, I was like 20.
Yeah.
So I don't remember the reason why, but I remember that was like, don't.
Really?
So
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that.
Okay.
You get a rest all day.
Yeah.
and Don't sit down and stay.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. I would say that, but if someone's experiencing heat stroke though, then you have to. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
and to the point of jumping in water,
Yeah.
I've heard Rachel say this multiple times, but that person is now unsupervised in the water where their
Yeah.
muscles can cramp. Whereas all the actions that we're saying, you're doing it under direct supervision while somebody's
Yeah.
standing right there observing them. So I could see very easily how if you jump into cold water when you're hot, you could have cramping of muscles and limit your ability to swim and drown.
Yeah,
Versus if you're doing these activities while there are people standing around you observing you until 911 comes.
Yeah.
So and the science behind this has been fluctuating back and forth in terms, but what I've read in the literature is now with climate change the way it is, they're doing these ice baths in the hospitals too, if people come in overheated. It just has to be under direct supervision in case there are any other side effects that happen.
yeah. Yeah, I've heard that, but like they'll use cadaver dogs too, and just fill it with ice to get their body temperature down. Yeah, very interesting, but that's an interesting point, and I didn't really think about that factor of it shock, being a shock to our system too. Yeah. So main thing here, we've got less than 30 minutes to make a difference, right? So obviously we want to prevent this from happening in the first place, but we also, and that goes back to the heat stress prevention checklist that Jenny talked about. You want to have these materials on site, at least, even ice pack that you can break, to activate, heating blanket, a tarp, having ice on hand. So that in the event, if somebody is showing signs of a heat stroke, that we're able to deliver that, rapid care while we're waiting for, EMS to arrive. So going back to what happened with me, once they pulled me out of the water, they gave me oxygen, and then they brought me back to like a boiler room, and they just poured ice all over me. And that's what they did to go. And fortunately, at a sporting event, there's a lot of ice ways. So they just poured ice all over me to get my body temperature down. I couldn't see a thing. I was very out of it. I remember like hearing voices, but I really could not like register what was going on. And then eventually they transferred me to the ambulance, where I got like 2 liters of fluid. And they took my temperature in the ambulance, and again, this is after they had already poured ice on me, and it was 104. So I don't know what it was, before that, when they pulled me out of the water. Unfortunately, I didn't have to go to the hospital, so just the ice and then the IV fluid were enough, but it took me about 2 hours to like fully be able to see and kind of be, to be able to hold a conversation. And so I was very fortunate because we had everything we needed right there, to respond. I don't know what it would have been like if we had to wait 10 minutes, for an ambulance to arrive. But yeah,
Someone's been in the water.
yeah,
So
Yeah.
that doesn't necessarily.
I don't know. I think it was just like and that pool was actually pretty cool because the competition pool they keep at like 78, which is cool for a pool. But I think it was just like I was already severely dehydrated, and then I was physically exerting myself like the most that I'm ever going to in my life. And then the caffeine consumption. I think it was just all of that, like all of those different factors. And that's another thing too, like if you have an employee who's been sick for a few days and they, like were throwing up and had diarrhea, like you don't want to just throw them back out there. We want to make sure that they're well hydrated before going back to regular job tasks, being out in the heat too. So it's
I was just gonna add, and when we talk about doing an ice bath, we're not meaning keeping them immersed in it for a long period of time. The way I know there's a trend with some people who work out that do these longer term ice baths as part of some sort of
recovery.
Yeah. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking like immerse them, pull them out, and then get air flowing over them. So I just want to make sure that that's clear also. We're not talking leaving them in there for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Like it's in and out, cool them down.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna do a little activity, okay? So what I'm gonna do is read the scenario and then you will tell me what's going on, what the employee needs to do, and what the supervisor or coworkers need to do to respond to this. All right, so we've got Reggie. He works for a residential roofing company in Valdosta, Georgia, which is South Georgia, very hot. He's been working in the sun for the past 6 hours. It's now 2 p.m. The sun is roofless. His shirt is soaked with sweat and he's beginning to feel nauseous and dizzy. He almost fell off the roof when he temporarily lost his balance. So again, going back to how the heat could contribute to other work-related injuries. He sat down for a bit to regather himself, and when he stood up, he felt a wave of extreme fatigue. His coworkers told him he should take a break, but he doesn't want to delay the work any further. Does that sound familiar? No? He already took a long break in the morning to go buy a case of water for himself and his coworkers. When he went to the store, he bought himself an energy drink since the heat was making him feel tired. All right, so what is Reggie experiencing? Yes, exhaustion. What should be done? What should he do? What should the supervisor do? Yeah, sit in the shade, cool off. If they've got like an air conditioned vehicle, too, would be good. So, yeah, with the energy drinks, right? Water, electrolyte, yeah. And we definitely don't want to leave them alone, right? So even it's hard, we look at them and just be with them on, or in shaded spot, if you know that they may be broken. But we want to get them in a cooler spot. We want to cool off, you know, getting cool. Be towel, like, pulling him down that way. Oh.
They, some of the guys will take the roof off break and those will
Much to get your body to that. Yeah. Get off, yeah, first we want him to safely get off first, right?
No falls.
Yes, from the, safely get down from the roof. I mean, he should have had the fall protection anyway, but, we wanna, yeah, and then get him in the spot, right? Have him, maybe give him a snack too. So we'll talk about, you know, the need to eat. You know, we don't want to get breakfast, we want to get lunch, because actually we're gonna get salt in him. So we want him, you know, have a light snack, have some water, have some electrolyte beverages, and do not leave him alone. Oh, it was working. Maybe I need to be closer. There we go. All right. This is Hallie. I actually made this example from Facebook. So Hallie is an intern for a waste management company that has been tasked with the hazardous waste removal of an abandoned hospital, in southern Mississippi that was severely damaged from a hurricane. It's her first day working on this project. On the way to the hospital, her coworker drives her to an industrial supply store to buy a half-mask respirator and Tyvek suit. Asbestos was detected in the hospital, and half-mask respirators and Tyvek suits are now required within the hospital by the general contractor. There's already a lot of OSHA violations. It's mid-July and the heat index is 110 degrees when they get to the hospital. This is Hallie's first time wearing a half-mask respirator. Her team begins working on the 8th floor of the hospital, which is not equipped with the heat, coupled with the respirator and suit, is stifling. As she moves from room to room, Hallie collects containers, aerosol cans, and buckets that may contain hazardous chemicals. She places the chemicals on a cart and continues throughout the hospital. By the time she makes it to the 5th floor, she is starting to feel nauseous. She has to take a break outside where there's a water station, but her supervisor tells her she must wait until lunchtime since they're running behind. The cart is going to be getting heavier and heavier, and Hallie begins to have a hard time breathing with the respirator on. She feels like she's breathing through a straw. She tries to tell her supervisor, but she can't form any words. As she pushes the car into the freight elevator to get to the 4th floor, Hallie collapses to the ground and becomes unconscious. She has stopped sweating and her skin is hot to the touch. But she's having a right, so what do you need to do? One. Yeah, let's get her out of the hospital, right? And take off her PPE, definitely, get the timer suit on, get the respirator on. What next? Yeah, at this point, we're gonna want to implement one of those fully measured that we talked about. So I'm hoping somebody on trying to have these. Right? Someone had mentioned in one of our other classes, could you like keep her in the tighter suit and then like throw a waist in it? And then zip it up? But
Well, temporarily,
temporarily.
because you're still not gonna have any evaporative cooling.
That's true.
measures taking place.
That's a
You
good
want-
point.
You're not gonna have any breathing, so maybe
Yeah.
rip it open and
Yeah,
use it
and
as a
use it.
taco, but keep it open.
Yeah. So we're gonna use whatever we have on me. My guess is based on this board. But at least let's get some ice, get some cool water. And we're gonna either like throw that on there or we're gonna mix some water on there and fan. And we're gonna wait for meals to. So this, I did not have a use for in this instance, but when I was in graduate school, I was an intern for an environmental company. Which so they said we're going to Charity Hospital in New Orleans, which was a hospital that was abandoned after Hurricane Katrina or one, it's still not. There's nothing going on in the hospital to this day. And so we were tasked with the hazardous waste removal. And they drove me to Greece on the way there and they said, here's a respirator, put it on. I had never worn a respirator in my life. So a lot going on there. Jenny's shaking her head. There's a lot that you have to do before you can put somebody in. And it was super hot and no electricity, and fortunately I was okay. And I remember the water was like at the bottom at the entry to the hospital. So we were like way up on it. I think there were like 14 floors. So we didn't even have access to water while we were doing this. So, but fortunately, I was all right. All right, we got one more. So this is Leonard. He recently began working for an industrial bakery that manufactures waffles. It's his third day on the job and he has been assigned to work in the griddle room, which is equipped with industrial griddles that cook the waffles. When he first enters the griddle room, he is hit with a blast of hot air. He's happy though, because the day before he had a stack boxes of waffles in the freezer. He would rather work in the heat than. So Leonard must wear beard and hairnet and gloves to prevent contamination of the waffles. Although he is sweating a lot and at times feels fatigued by the heat radiating off the griddles, he makes it through his work shift just fine. However, the next morning when he wakes up, he discovers raised bumps on his hands, arms, neck, and face. The bumps are extremely itchy, but he figures he can still work with them. He goes to work and is assigned to the griddle room again. After about 15 minutes, Leonard begins to sweat. This time, when he sweats, he feels a burning, prickly sensation throughout his body. It's so uncomfortable that he asks his supervisor if he can go outside of the griddle room to cool off and dry his sweat. So what Leonard is doing? Definitely experiencing gosh. So what should he do? Yeah, dry up the area, right? Keep it cool, dry, probably don't go back. Bigger room for now. What else? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, just to help speed up that healing process. Yes.
Okay, probably what are the issues that should.
Yeah.
Is it a person thing?
Yeah.
Like the we need to have thermometers, like what are the sort of the because caring for somebody.
Yeah.
For the necessary symptom. In the workplace, what needs to be done.
Yeah.
To avoid the
Yeah.
That's what we do next, right? We talk
Yeah.
about all the things we're gonna do to prevent it.
Heat rash is a
Yeah.
little tricky though,
Yeah.
because somebody, someone might break out in a heat rash with the person next to them, might not.
Heat rash is very individually focused. And has so much to do with the healthy, like their skin itself and how they react. I get the opposite. I get cold rash.
Huh.
So I break out in hives if it gets too cold.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, I used to live in New Jersey and I would go in the ocean when the ocean was cold and everyone's like, you just have to tough it out. And I'd go in there and then I'd break out in hives all over my body. So I mean, the thing with heat rash and the thing with heat stress in general, it has so much to do with the way your worker shows up to work and all the factors that make them unique.
Yeah.
So whereas I am really, like, my concern, not that you guys care, is in 2 weeks, I have to go and do chemical testing in a pig slaughterhouse. And it's cold and wet. And so I am thinking, not right this moment, I'm not thinking about it this week that much, but I am thinking about how
Yeah.
I can have the appropriate layers to wick the sweat off of me, so I don't have the cold dampness to end up
Yeah.
getting a rash, but it may not impact my coworkers as much. So I think it's, the biggest issue with something like prickly heat is having people be aware.
Yeah.
And also, we want to be really cautious about skin reactions, that there is not something else causing that skin reaction, because prickly heat looks a lot like rashes or chemical rashes. So as an industrial hygienist, if somebody breaks out in a skin rash, I would recommend them seeking medical treatment to have a doctor determine if it, and also to be assessing, are there chemicals present? Because when your body's skin epidermis starts reacting, the skin cells open up, the pores in your skin open up, so it creates a greater pathway for chemicals to get in. So there could be multiple factors impacting it. I don't know that it answered your question. I just sort of rambled for a bit. Yeah. Right. Yes. Health issues are never easy because there are a million reasons why of everything you've ever been exposed to have led to this moment that day, you reacting to the current exposures. Or that you may react to them years later, if we're talking about all industrial hygiene. So it requires you to be very open-minded. And it's hard for employers sometimes because it means that they may have to accept individuals' risk factors that they may or may not have.
Yeah.
Like my body's whole reaction to things was totally different until one day I stepped on a fire ant hill and went into anaphylaxis. And ever since then, my cold hives and like my body's reactions to things have totally changed.
Yes. I have very bad skin, but when I went with my family to the beach, my chest isn't. And I got that just the areas that I was not.
Yeah. Babies are where you see prickly heat the most. It's super common when you see babies to break out in that. Yeah.
When I have had prickly heat, it's been like on my neck here. I don't know if it has to do with like what our exposure. I don't know. Yeah.
Certain things like the combination of
Yeah.
and a certain material.
Yeah.
Break out.
For sure.
So mitigation would be. Think that in the earlier, once you. You're more prone to that.
Yeah.
So just know that, yeah. I need to pay attention to what I'm wearing, and what I'm doing. So those are some of the
Keeping
things.
it cool, like keeping it dry. That's- Yeah.
That's fine, but that's fine, yeah.
Yeah, to your point with the fabrics, like the first time I got heat rash, I was wearing, it was in the middle of the. And I was out. And I just, like, yeah.
You know, material, nice thing, yeah, so we're just breaking out of.
Yeah. Okay, good. All right, Jenny, do you want to take a break?
Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break and then we're going to, it's
Yeah.
doing that again.
Okay.
I'm gonna take over. And we're gonna go into heat stress prevention and talk about all the steps and measures that your companies can take to protect themselves.
Yeah.
And when you guys go to break, there's a couple of you that have. One side he is for heat. Yeah. So, not quite. 35 and then half an hour and a half. Yeah.
So. Yeah, our schedule's a little different from what's in the
go. There we go. All right. Good morning, everybody. My name's Jenny Holroyd. I work with Rachel. I am the manager of the industrial hygiene group for the Georgia OSHA consultation program. And I am a certified industrial hygienist, and I've worked with our program since 2005. So I have been doing health and safety for about 20 years at Georgia Tech. And I'm here to talk to you guys about heat stress prevention. So let me get this to work for me. Okay, so with industrial hygiene, and if I'm going to use that word, do you guys know what industrial hygiene is? Okay, so an industrial hygienist is basically like a disease detective in the workplace where I go out and look at any illness that you could possibly get, whether it's short-term or long-term, from exposures in the workplace, and look at how to prevent it. So some of the things that I see all the time is construction workers dry cutting on concrete. That would be a silica exposure hazard. And that would be how I would want to prevent the exposures by having them wet methods, or a respirator, and protect themselves. So we look at all different types of exposures. One of the ones we take into account is heat stress, and we have to take into account heat stress because when we look at heat stress and we look at chemical exposures on the job, the way we protect from chemical exposures can kind of butt heads with the way we protect from heat stress. So if you're going to be doing, let's say you're going to be putting down flooring, you're going to be doing a nice epoxy flooring. Yeah, so that's where you mix two different chemicals and you pour it down inside a building to give you a nice floor, right? So those two chemicals, when you mix them together, it has an A part and a B part. They have a chemical in it called an isocyanate. And basically that isocyanate is an allergen, and 1 in 20 people can become allergic to it. And once you become allergic to it, there's 2 ways your body reacts. Either have an asthma attack or you break out in a rash. And it doesn't make sense because you can get dermal contact and have asthma symptoms, and you can breathe it in and break out in a rash. So it's not always the route of entry of how something gets into your body. But to protect yourself from that exposure, you have to wear a Tyvek suit, respirator, all this stuff. So my team, we're always thinking about heat stress, even when it's not hot out, because one of the first questions you got asked was, can you have heat stress from muscle movement? And yes, your body can start building up heat from that muscle movement and activity. Now, in the field of industrial hygiene, we use a framework called the hierarchy of controls. And the hierarchy of controls is basically that we're going to go through a series of steps. The first thing we're going to look to do is, can we eliminate the hazard? So how do we eliminate the hazard with heat stress? Yes. So there are some situations where I go to a warehouse and it's no temperature control. And so we start asking, like, can you make this work environment temperature controlled? And that would eliminate the heat stress concern. But for the most part, most heat stress issues, there's no option for elimination. Do your crews start working like ridiculously early in the morning now to try to get out before it gets hot out? Okay, that is a Georgia thing, and I can't take that. Because when I first started working, and so in industrial hygiene, unlike safety people, we work the shift that the worker, because we're normally doing air monitoring. So when I first started, shifts started at like 7 in the morning and went till 3 or 4 in the afternoon, or maybe later. But now in a lot of job sites we go to, they're like, well, it's hot out, so we're starting at 4 in the morning, which means I have to get up and drive. But they're starting earlier and earlier because the hottest part of the day Georgia is between 3 and 5 in the afternoon. So if they can get all the work done before then, unlike here, it kind of is muggy from the moment you wake up. It's not quite the same, but we've seen people shifting. So those are two ways you eliminate. Another part of hierarchy controls and substitution. Unfortunately, that's not an option with heat stress, right? We can't substitute it out for cold stress. That wouldn't be the right thing. And then we get to the three main categories, and these are the ones you've probably heard of: engineering controls, administrative controls, and personal protective equipment. And so we're going to work through the ways that we can break it down with engineering controls, administrative controls, and there's a ton of them that we're going to go through in personal protective equipment. One of the reasons why we want to hit heat stress from all these different angles is because anytime you come up with a control mechanism, it can fail, right? So you want to have multiple ways you're trying to protect the workers in case one of those mechanisms fails, there's a backup plan. And so that's why we're going to give you a lot of different options because of the unique nature of this hazard. So when we look at engineering controls, we want to take into account every different type of work environment that you may be entering. And heat stress can happen both in indoor environments and in outdoor environments. And so I really want to stress that as well, because you could be working next to a boiler, you could be working in a kitchen, you can be working in a variety of environments where you could be just as exposed, not just outside in the direct sunlight. So the first thing is, if it isn't indoor environment, can engineering control of air conditioning be installed? And is there general ventilation? So who does, did one of you say shipping? Yes. So do you guys go onto the ships and pull the containers off, or are they the containers that they lift off and put onto a truck? Both ways, right? And so if you're going on to take stuff off, are you using like a forklift and going in and out of that space? Overhead crane. Okay. And then now do you do any of it where you're unloading those containers when you get to the final destination, where you're using a forklift to pull stuff out of the container? Yeah. Yes. Okay. So how hot, have you ever measured the temperature inside those containers?
Oh.
Yeah. So these are things you want to be thinking about is there a way that you can bring a portable fan blower that as you're going into those containers, which will get progressively hotter as you go further and further back. I did air monitoring I did heat stress monitoring in a tractor trailer, where as the worker went further back, the temperature went up because there's less air movement. So is there a way you can increase the general ventilation by pushing air through that space that doesn't have it? Can you add cooling fans? The industrial hygienist in me is cooling fans are good as long as you're not blowing around toxic dust and materials in addition to those cooling fans, right? So we always want to think about it from all different areas. And then can we add local exhaust ventilations to remove any high heat or moisture points? So if you have a broiler, or a boiler, not a broiler, that's in your oven. If you have a boiler in your building, or you have a room where there is a hot piece of machinery that heats things up, is there a way you can duct that right out of the building to pull that hot air out versus having to cool the entire area? The other thing that we have the biggest problem with in Metro Atlanta is the reflective surfaces. Every new high-rise that goes up with their pretty reflective windows is literally creating mirrors that are intensifying the heat down on the sidewalk. So one of the big challenges we see, and please keep this in mind as you build, and you're thinking of the way you're going to grow the island, is that you probably you can't go up too high because of hurricanes, right? So it's actually a good thing, because the reflective heat from those buildings can create added heat index, but that also works with water surfaces. So when you are near water surfaces, the light can reflect off of the water and add increased heat. You also have to look at, is there insulation for the hot surfaces so that you can wrap them to encapsulate the heat? And can you install misting fans? Misting fans are great. My husband, who has a very expensive gazebo in our backyard, has installed this incredible misting system so that when he's outside, he can smoke meat all day long and not overheat while he's doing it. He takes heat stress prevention very seriously. And the way these misting systems work is there's a variety of different ways. You can hook them up to a hose. And then there's tubing with these little spouts that come along in like 1.5 foot spacing, and it just mists out fine water, cooling mists. And you can also do it by taking PVC pipe and putting water down and then having little holes where you can also get mixed out. Question. They may not work in your environment because of the humidity. So before you guys get too excited, your humidity level in which it would work. And then you want to use mechanical, you want to take into account any mechanical equipment that is being used in the vicinity that can increase the temperature of that work environment. So machinery generates heat as a byproduct of work. And so one thing that we often don't think about, I will tell you, before I started at Tech, I worked as an industrial hygienist for Delta Airlines. And again, this is another cold stress problem. I'm just making you appreciate that there could be another side of things. Our problem with cold stress is when it was cold out, the tug drivers, those are the guys that drive the little trucks that carry around your suitcases, they would get cold and they would put their hands by the exhaust of the tug to warm them up. And we were having carbon monoxide poisoning cases because they would go to warm up their hands and then basically drive under the influence. Normally it wouldn't be that they would out monoxide poisoning, but they would be lightheaded and then drive their tug into an airplane, which is a very expensive problem. But then when you do the root cause, we realized it was because they had carbon monoxide in their system. But the reverse is also true. If it's hot out and you have machinery and you're having to stand near a generator, you could potentially have heat stress from that vicinity. And then we want to look into ways to reduce humidity, which you guys don't have many options for that in the general environment, but inside your buildings, reducing humidity helps. Steam leaks and wet floors. So from control measures, so that's the basic overview of engineering controls. All that said, for many of you, there's very little that can be done from that engineering control standpoint. If you're working in a construction crew, you probably don't have the ability to add air conditioning to your exterior building while it's going up, right? So we have to look at the administrative controls. And Rachel mentioned this multiple times, but being acclimated or getting acclimated to that environment is probably hands down the most important thing. But I want to point out that being acclimated can occur in a variety of different ways. You want to be concerned with people who are new to the area, right? You want to be concerned about people who are haven't been working and are now newly back into employment because they may not be acclimated. But you also want to be concerned about people potentially needing to reacclimate if they've been on vacation for an extended period of time or they've been out sick with an illness. One thing that I learned, so I'm an avid runner. I run right near my house, we have an old battlefield. And it's got 20 miles of trails, so I run up and down, there's two little mountains. And I run up and down those mountains all the time, so I consider myself in fit, in shape, pretty well acclimated. When I got COVID, my body's ability to regulate temperature was the number one thing that I experienced. I felt like I became a lizard. Like whatever temperature I went into, my body became that temperature. And I don't know if I was like a lizard or I felt like I was like this faint woman who every time I would go into an environment, I would have to. And I wear respirators all the time for my job. And after I got better, I had to go out to a countertop fabrication shop and wear a respirator all day long. And I just couldn't do it. I was getting all hot and out of breath, and my skin was getting all blotchy because I was not able to keep my temperature regulated. And I am aware of other individuals who've been out sick and then come back and they're working and their body isn't fully well. And so what are some of the things that Rachel mentioned earlier that can impact your body? Right? She mentioned all the medications earlier that impact that. So I really want to stress that you have a workaround sick. They may be coming back to you on completely different meds. Their hydration may not be the best because they may have been dehydrated for a variety of different reasons. And they may be on medication that affects their ability to regulate temperature. There are some antibiotics that make you more sensitive to skin burns. And so people might be more likely to end up with sunburn or a heat rash if they've been on antibiotics. Just some things to consider when we're going to go into that and break it down. Mandatory rest breaks are very important. When I worked at Delta, we got a call that there were heat stress cases in Houston. And I'm like, this is ridiculous that you're calling me out to Houston to look at heat stress. Of course it's hot in Houston. You don't need an IH to tell you that it's hot on the tarmac in Houston. So we flew out there with our equipment to do heat stress monitoring. But through the course of it, we started interviewing the workers to figure out what was happening. And what the workers were doing is their boss told them that they could go home as soon as they cleaned the number of planes that were assigned to them. So these guys had to clean airplanes. And every morning they would show up and there'd be so many airplanes they had to clean to get off all the stuff that lands on them through different flights. And these employees also have to, because they're using chemicals to remove the stuff, they are wearing Tyvek suits and respirators. And so the boss said, you know what? I know this is a terrible job. You guys come in and you can go home as soon as you're done. The problem is this. This is the area. This is where the work had to be. And this is where the bathroom. So the guys would get all dressed and walk all the way out to the tarmac, which was about a half a mile where they were doing the work, to do the work. And what do you think happened that was causing the heat stress? Yeah, so they're working in the suits, but what's not happening is they were not drinking water. And you know why they weren't drinking water? It was too far to go to the bathroom. And if they had to completely disrobe all their PPE to go to the bathroom, it took a good half hour just to go and take a pee break. Now, these are real issues you have to consider because the sheer act of keeping a big distance between the bathroom and where the work was being done. And then telling the workers as soon as they got the work done, they could go home. They were just powering through. They didn't want to take breaks. And so our first thing, and this is a big mistake, is we told them that they had to have mandatory work breaks. But we didn't do anything else with the design. And so the workers defaced our heat monitoring equipment and sent it back to us damaged. To tell us they were mad. So as an alternative, we realized, why do you think they liked going home early? Well, a lot of them had worked it into their like childcare expectations. Like they knew they went in early, they got home early, they could do daycare, they could do all these different things. So we knew that was a benefit to the job. We couldn't take away from them. So to solve that problem, we did install mandatory rest breaks, but what we also installed was a porta potty and water right out where they were working. So that long walk, they'd be expending energy and saving money. You can just go there. So with the mandatory rest breaks, you want to make it so that they have to take them and that you remove any pressure, unspoken pressure to not take the breaks. If at all possible, you want to schedule work at a cooler day. I've already told you that we have lots of early days in Georgia to try to avoid when it's hot out. And then pre-planning the work to minimize physical demands. What I mean by that is if you're doing construction and you can do a lot of the pre-work in another facility where you're doing a lot of cuts and preparation for the work before you take it out on site, that is in the shade, cooled, and ready to go, that can help minimize the physical demands while you're out there in the direct sun. Looking at job rotation. So if there are extremely hot jobs that need to be done, is there a way that you can rotate the workers that are doing it so they're not doing it all day long? One of the companies I went to and did heat stress monitoring for, it was a construction site. And we were monitoring the guys doing the sidewalks. And by 1 o'clock, we had armbands on them. We're going to show you the armbands you can purchase that can monitor heat. All of their internal body temperatures were rising. And that would be a good time to switch out the crews and maybe have a different crew working in that environment. The hydration is key. We've talked about that quite a bit, but I'm going to get into a little bit more weeds of how much is enough. Most people are not hydrated enough, and you guys are probably going to be shocked when I tell you how much water you should be drinking, because it's a lot more than you expect. Looking at psychological and hydration monitoring of workers, Rachel already talked a lot about the mental impacts that heat stress can have on workers, where you might see them not behaving in the way they should be behaving. We're going to dive into that. And also, how do you know that workers are drinking? Are you tracking it in any way? And what are they drinking as opposed to water? And is that the right choice? The buddy system, I can't stress that enough. The time when people get injured and potentially die from heat stroke is normally when they're left unattended. Having a heat alert program, and then we're going to walk you through on how to develop a plan and really come up with a way to do that and what the training should look like. So getting acclimated to the heat, what is that? This is where you're improving your body's heat tolerance. And what it comes from is the task of gradually increasing both the intensity and duration of work performed in hot settings. So whereas Rachel swam in college, I ran cross country, indoor and outdoor track. So I spent a lot of time running. And, I would not recommend doing this with your employees, but one way they tracked how much we were drinking to make sure we were hydrated is they weighed us before and after practice. And it was not to monitor our weight, but it was to look at how many pounds of water we lost during our longer runs. So we could drop 5 pounds easily doing a 10-15 mile run. But if we dropped that much, we had to consume that much water before we came back to the next practice, or else they wouldn't let us run. To show that we reclaimed that. I don't recommend doing that with your workers. Your human resource department would have a field day with that exercise. That's not something, but you also want to be looking at gradually increasing it. And so it is 1 to 2 weeks is the ideal range to getting a worker acclimated to periods to heat stress prevention. And you can lose your acclimatization after only 1 week away. And there's a lot of reasons why. Not only if you go on vacation for a week, might you not be exposed to the same type of physical activity, but you're probably also participating in contradictory activities like maybe increased drinking or other fun activities that you might take place with that would impact your body's ability to regulate heat when you get back. New employees are the highest risk for heat illness. We see new employees or temporary workers being at the greatest increase. Almost half of the heat-related deaths occur on the worker's first day on the job. So just kind of let that sink in. That it's normally somebody who's new to the work environment, wants to prove that they deserve to be out there. You also may have had them just sit through 2 weeks or couple days of company training in an air-conditioned room where they were not being acclimated to the heat that they were going to be working in. And that 70% of heat-related deaths occurred during a worker's first week. So if we look at all the heat deaths that are classified or actually listed on their death certificate, we can attribute the vast majority of them on that first week on the job window. And the reason is because people are not they're not used to this. So when you are properly acclimated to a work environment, what it does is it gets your body used to doing the appropriate amount of sweating. Have you ever worked with anybody that just profusely sweats? Like you just walk a little bit and suddenly they're completely drenched. What your body does as it gets more and more acclimated to an environment is you're able to pace the evaporative nature of sweating in a more efficient manner. Sweat leads to salt loss. So we want to make sure that you are keeping and maintaining an appropriate salt balance. For most of America, it's not as hard as it seems because we do have a high salt intake, but there are other nutrients in our sweat that you lose as well that need to be replaced. As you get acclimated, your body becomes more efficient at getting rid of the heat, and the blood flows to the skin more efficiently. And we want to, as we are getting people acclimated, to also be introducing them to drinking more water. Being dehydrated is a separate issue, and you can get dehydrated in cold environments as easily as you can get dehydrated in warm environments. The benefit to warm environments is we like to drink cold beverages when it's warm out. When it's cold, you can get dehydrated because you don't want to drink cool water when you're already cold. So that can be a problem, but you want to make sure that they are replacing the appropriate amount of water. You also tend to get more comfortable performing physical tasks. when you become acclimated to that work environment. So here is an example. We have a laborer who's working in Florida. He's 28 years old. He moved to the US in December 31st, 2022. And the very next day, he got a job working in Parkland, Florida, doing agricultural work. So he was spending 5 hours pulling weeds, placing wood stakes in the grounds for vegetables, and the heat index was near 90 degrees. He was struggling to keep pace. And so this is one of the biggest challenges that when we see workers experiencing heat stress, we see them not being able to keep pace with all the other workers that are acclimated. What is something else you might think if somebody's not keeping pace with the other workers? That would be like a negative connotation. Yes, so they're lazy. So again, this is where it can be really tricky because that worker may be getting yelled at to hurry up, keep pace, work harder. And their body is not physically capable of doing that, but they may try to push themselves to work beyond their means because they're getting called lazy. When it's not that, it's just that they're not acclimated to that environment. He complained of fatigue and leg pain. What is the key indicators if he's saying leg pain? Cramps, right? So this is a clear indication that if I were to get into the weeds of the sodium potassium pump that has to occur at the cellular level for your cells to function, you probably would be like, I do not want a chemistry biology class today, but it is at the cellular level that this problem is happening, which is why you feel those cramps and that leg pain. People say they're having Charlie horses. If they're saying they're getting a stitch, those are different words that people might use to complain about it, which all really means that they don't have the right electrolyte balance. He was found unresponsive in a shallow drainage ditch, and the company was cited by OSHA as for a willful violation of not protecting the worker. If you were to be cited under the current framework, I know there's a heat stress on the horizon, but where would this fall? Correct. So a citation like this would fall under the general duty clause. I'm just going to pause for a minute to walk through the whole general duty clause process. What does OSHA have to prove to give you or issue? For a
Work environment.
right, so they have to prove that you were aware that it was an issue, that Harwood was an issue. Is heat stress an issue? Were you aware of it? They have to prove that you chose not to provide appropriate hazard control mechanisms like water, rest, and shade. And then they have to show that there was visible harm to a woman. So where the heat stress citation under the general duty clause would be very hard in the absence of a fatality, the burden of proof becomes much greater. So where we should cite your awareness of heat being. They would look at they also look at any outreach that would come to your area to educate you about how where do they expect you to be in the environment. So that's why making sure that the more you know, the more you need to start doing to protect your workers. So acclimatization, I can never say that word right, is frustrating and really hard to do because it requires you to be patient. And it also requires a lot of job planning to tier them up slowly rather than just throwing them in the job. And most companies we go to, the Georgia has. They have some ridiculous citation of how many jobs we have that we can't fill. We have more work than we know what to do with, because every single company in the globe has decided to build off of I-16. I don't really love it because they're cutting down all the trees along the road between Macon and Savannah, which is like from coast to coast of Georgia. So when we meet companies, they're like, we don't have time to do this. We need bodies on the floor. Well, you're gonna have bodies on the floor if you don't take the time to acclimate them, because you need to give them time to get adjusted, because they're probably coming from not working in that kind of heat environment. So for new workers, the schedule should be this. On the first day of the job, you should do no more than 20% of the final amount of activity that you're doing. No more than 20% increase each additional day. So 20% on the job the first day, 40% on the job the next day, 60%. You guys are looking at each other. Would you mind sharing what you're thinking?
I'm here, yeah.
No, it's like hard to picture.
Right, how do you measure that? So why not here in Vail? Yeah.
The culture doesn't lend itself.
Right, so that's, I think we all have to kind of have a frank discussion that we did bring up earlier today, that this is the hottest year on record. You can't deny that. The facts are the facts. And our bodies were not necessarily meant to keep going on this infinite upward trajectory towards real life cremation, it feels like sometimes when you're outside, right? And so that's one thing. We also have to recognize that there's something about sustainability. And when I use the term sustainability, I'm not necessarily talking about it like from an environmental standpoint sustainability. I mean that you only have so many workers here on the islands, right? Your worker pool is X. There is not an infinite worker pool, right? And if you have a worker pool that selectively removes itself because they can't get acclimated and can't handle the work, they are going to remove themselves and make that worker pool smaller. And so when we talk with workers, employers, we spend a lot of time looking at how can we shift the paradigm? How can we shift the culture to allow for you to onboard workers in a way that they work for you longer and you have less turnover? Because it costs a lot to train a worker, right? It costs a lot of time and energy and effort. It costs a lot of time hiring people because you have to have the resources to do all the interviews. Interviews are exhausting. I manage, so I know interviews are exhausting. So how you would measure this is I would look, okay, so give me a job that somebody might do outside. A groundskeeper. Okay, so for a groundskeeper, he's not going to be mowing the lawn 8 hours a day, right? So tell me what the day would work.
Station, on the upload,
Doing whatever it is you're doing. Okay, so let's say today's job would be to mow this beautiful out here, right? And so if you have 5 guys on the crew, which that is, right? You may want to have, look at how long they should be out in the direct sunlight if it's their first time being out there. And then, so they normally do this class for 4 hours out of an entire day. So we look at 4 hours. Half of 4 hours would be 2 hours. And then a quarter of that, about 25% would be 1 hour. So maybe on the first day, you would say, let's limit it to 1 hour of them doing that activity. And we're gonna break it down that way. And it's a set amount of time. So you have to figure out what you're gonna do with the rest of the day. Right? That's where employers get stuck. Because you're paying them, so you want to make the time worthwhile. So what are some other activities you can do to make that time? You could, yes, you could find and figure out, okay, so maybe you have a garage where they could be working and organizing. So it's low physical load. And we're switching the load from the physical to the mental, right? So they're having to organize things. And so you have them do that for 3 hours when they work outside for 1 hour. That's where employers struggle the most. It's not that the idea of doing this, it's figuring out what to do with people when they're not doing the tasking. And so that's what requires a little bit of planning. The other thing we recommend is that new employees are supervised for 2 weeks. I'm going to give you a little bit of a caveat though. Young workers are high risk. And when I say young workers, I mean anyone under the age of 24. That's how the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health classifies a young worker. And that makes sense because biologically your brain does not finish wiring itself till late 20s. So you are biologically predisposed to make poor choices until your late 20s. It is a very long time. It is an evolutionary trait that our brains are meant to be risk-taking until the late 20s because that's how you adapt to a changing world. And then after that, we older folks have our grooves already figured out and we become harder to readapt because we already have that wiring set. That meal free.
Some people that get out of prison because of that.
Yeah.
So they were incarcerated for life in prison. Get out. Because of the-
Yeah, so. And from an OSHA standpoint. The majority of injuries among younger workers occur between 3 to 6 months on the job because they normally have higher levels of supervision those first 90 days. Like in places of employment normally have a 90-day supervision window, but most injuries among young workers occur between months 3 and 6. So that's just a little caveat. It has nothing really to do with heat stress, but I just want to remind you that younger workers tend to end up in these hot environments doing these hotter jobs. And they're the ones also pounding back monsters like lives, you know, or the Celsius, all these fancy drunk drinks that they had out there. Yes. Yes. Yeah, you can break it down how you want. The point is you don't want to do it all at once. And to do it in a way that is getting their bodies used to it. Rest breaks are important for people to be able to cool down and to regulate their body temperature. We can physically see this when we use armbands on workers to check their core body temperature. And I can see if the worker is working without a rest break, their core body temperature slowly goes up. But if they're working with rest breaks, they're able to maintain their core body temperature over longer periods of time. And the work periods should be shortened and rest periods should increase as the temperature and humidity and exposure to sunshine increases. Also, when there's little to no air movement, And then you also need to make adjustments if there's personal protective equipment being worn. So if you're wearing respirators, if you're wearing Tyvek suits, if you're having to do those sort of things, or if you're doing heavier work. And by heavier work there is something called the metabolic workload. And again, I'm going to get way too in the weeds of the science behind it, but basically I could calculate out how much energy your body is producing by how hard the physical activity is you're doing. And so the harder that activity is, the harder you have to work, the more heat your body generates. So Rachel said earlier that a pool needs to be 78 degrees for swimming because you generate heat while you're swimming. Do you know what the ideal temperature is to run a marathon, which is 26.2 miles? Like 40 degrees. And they will actually call a marathon if it goes over 70 degrees because people will start having heat stroke from running over 70 degrees because the metabolic work rate is so high with running a marathon. So it really is dependent on the amount. That's why you don't run marathons, right? Yeah, and actually there's this race called the Peachtree Road Race, which is a 6.2 mile race in downtown Atlanta. It is the biggest road race in the world. The biggest 10K race. They usually have 60 to 90,000 people run it. And they had to stop it in the middle of the race on July 4th because it got too hot. And for them, for that 6 mile race, their temperature was 90 degrees. And once the thermometer hit 90 degrees, they had to pull runners off. Imagine how frustrated you'd be if you had run 5.5 miles and you were told to get off the race course because your race was over. Absolutely, great question. So she just asked, does the weight you're lifting have to do with your age? And so what it really has to do with is your overall health and fitness, and age being one of those characteristics. So if you exercise all the time and you have strong muscles and you're well hydrated, but you also have to give yourself a little bit of an allowance because of your age, your metabolic work rate will be adjusted as a result of that. So you may have the same sort of metabolic work rate of somebody who's 20, but they may not be quite as in shape as you, but they have age on their side. I'm not saying that to be, I'm just being realistic, right? So, but age is a factor. Age, your weight, your fitness level, your diet, your overall health. If you have any comorbidities, like what are any illnesses you have, what medications you take. And that's why managing heat stress is so tricky for employers, because half of the things I just listed, you can't ask your worker about, right? You can't be like, hey, are you on any antidepressants that might be affecting your body's ability to regulate temperature? And that's where training becomes so important, because you have to educate the worker to become knowledgeable about it and take ownership over that aspect of it. Okay. Oh. So with rest breaks, there are a variety of different work rest break schedules, but for example, this table here that is in your notebook, we have it broken down between light work, moderate work, and heavy work. And you can get information on how the rate goes down. But light work might be something like, I am working at a, let's see, so I am working at a welcome time. I am working outside and answering questions and interacting with people. That's light work. I'm just talking and Moderate work might be ground for person who's going to feeding, or doing a variety of different light duty tasks to clean up if there's trash on the ground or. You guys. They want to know, if you want to go and spray the floor and on the floor, and the waste from around.
So we have.
No, they don't.
We have some justice.
Yes. That was the question, but it's not, well, I don't know. Is that not? Okay. The only reason is because I was impressed by not seeing it, and I have to quit. And they just, they're just something. We don't like the bullshit. But I have to 20. Yeah, I mean, they do for it. Yeah, they take, yes. But we bring quail, and so when I was here, and I told this to the not offended. How do they maintain all of it? Thank you for answering that. That was real, they must just go in the draft. Yeah, that's great. What happened? Conversation, 5 frames. Yeah. Even though we were requesting, I won't. Okay, so that would be moderate work, right? You're just like cleaning up, sweeping, picking up trash. The next work might be somebody in boxes and physically moving, having to. That's how we would bring down the burn. And then we would look at the temperature. So it starts at 90 degrees. Which is a good point. And so what we're looking at, how you would start with a normal work rest break schedule. But then as the heat index starts going up, you're going to have to start having the work rest breaks become very frequent and very short tasks. So by 109 degrees, every 30 minutes of work should be followed by 3 minutes. Every 15 minutes of work at 110 should be followed by 45 minutes. And so this is the recommendation by NIOS. And you would have to resolve that accordingly by how hard the work is. You're gonna add something?
Oh, yeah, just that this is like a perfect condition.
Right. It's if it's not high humidity.
Yeah, consumption, workers are physically fit, well rested, fully hydrated, under the age of 40. and
Right.
are 30%.
Yes. Which is basically like you'd have to align the planets. And, you know, I don't know many work sites that have those conditions ever. Okay, so in addition to that, what are some things you can do? Shade is so critically important, and you can create your own shade. When we can look at using pop-up tents, canopies, umbrellas. Those are a variety of different ones. You can also hand out hats that create shade on a person's face. And you want these structures that are, you can also include ones that are mechanically ventilated to open air movement. What I will say is you want to make sure you have enough shade for the number of workers that you're having. You don't want to have like a little 9-foot by 9-foot pop-up tent that you got at, do you guys have Academy Sports here? Like wherever, whatever sporting goods store that you would have, no? What is it called? Home Depot. So if you go to Home Depot and buy a canopy tent, and you have 40 workers, you can't have 40 people standing under that 9-foot by 9-foot tent. Yeah, because what would happen? Yes, you'd have body heat problems, right? So you want them to be set up in advance. You want them to be as close to the work site as possible. Most of the workplace fatalities are because the water and the shade and the bathrooms are too far away. They're available, but they're out of reach. And that you want them to be large enough. I was emailing back and forth with one of the OSHA, not compliance officers, but the CAS officers, the compliance assistance officers, the ones that just are there to help. And we were trying to figure out a statistic on how much shade you need. And one of the researchers said that they had read that it needs to be about 6 square feet per person. So it's quite a lot of shade. I don't go to many sites that have that much shade available for workers, but please keep in mind that the shade has to be expansive enough that people are able to have space to cool themselves down. The other things to consider about shade is that it's only adequate when it completely blocks the direct sunlight and allows the body to cool. I've seen shade done really poorly, like at events where the sun is at an angle where the shade isn't doing. That's why they make the poles movable so you can tilt it. So kind of keep in mind that the shade has to be blocking the sun. The last construction site I went to was with our intern. And they were using metal cargo containers as their cooling boxes for workers. And I was like, that sounds like a bad nightmare to be putting them in these metal hot boxes, tell them to go cool off in. So you don't want to be, because the metal is conductive. It absorbs the heat and irradiates it to make it hotter. The interior of vehicles, unless the AC system is completely and continually running, you know, having people sitting in a car that's not with the air conditioning not running is a quick way to have somebody die. But cars can heat up very quickly, and do not have them sit directly on the ground. We want to keep them up so that their body can be circulating and moving. We can provide them chairs or benches. Okay. Are we doing okay? Do we need to take a break? I've been going about an hour. Are we okay to keep going? Okay. So let's talk hydration, right? This is a fun one because people can get into the weeds about hydration. Hydration is extremely important when it comes to protecting employees from heat stress, as dehydration is the primary contributor to heat exhaustion. Things that we want to keep in mind. We want to make sure we know where the water source is. For those of you that have crews that go from place to place, are you picking up water to take with you, or are you expecting there to be a water source to gain water when you get there? Like, do you know where you're going to get the water from? The water has to be considered potable. What does potable mean? Potable means it's drinkable. Non-potable means it's not drinkable. So, yeah. Did I say non-potable? I may have. But potable water means that it has been cleaned in a way that it is considered safe to drink. The reason why we have to specify this is because you may have a truck on a construction site with water on it that is used to keep dust down or for the tools. And that water is normally listed as non-potable because it's being stored in a container that was not clean and sanitized for drinking water. So you don't want to take water from sources where it's listed as non-potable. You want to also make sure you know who is checking in on the water supplies. So in Georgia where we are, there's two main gas stations are Quick Trip and Racetrack. And that's where all the crews go to get their water before they go out to construction sites. And I always see crews pick up one case and I'm like, not enough. Not enough. You need 4, you need 5, you need 6 cases of water. You're not getting enough. I know that that crew is not hydrated just by looking at them, how many cases of water they're picking up. And so you want to know if they're going to be drinking enough and if they're going to run out. You want to encourage workers to hydrate themselves as much as possible. And then one thing that can be helpful, if it's acceptable, is to provide people drinking cups or bottles that they can reuse to continually be refilling them. We had great success when they were building the Atlanta Braves baseball stadium. We did a study where we gave out camelbacks to the crews, which are the backpacks that you can wear with water in them. And we were able to keep those workers hydrated, and they were able to, this is a pro tip, they're able to freeze the hydration packs the night before. So when they started work, they had this nice cooling vest on them as well. Yeah. And so it was able to keep them hydrated and then also make sure that they were keeping cool as well. So you want to be drinking before you go to work, during work, and after work. And if you are doing moderate work activities in hot temperatures, you should be considering drinking 8 ounces every 15 to 20 minutes. That's a lot, right? How many of you guys think you drink that much water if you're doing a moderate activity? Anybody? Well, you came in with your jug. You were prepared for today, right? She said, I am going to drink the appropriate amount of water. One of the, we've done lots of trainings, and one of the things that I've spoke with one woman who worked as a camp counselor and young, physically fit, working outside all day. And they would give them like a water bottle to take out all day for activities, just one water bottle. And after the summer, she ended up developing kidney stones. Because she was doing the right thing by eating like lots of salt to replace the salts, but she was not flushing them through her body appropriately. And so she was getting lots of the electrolytes she needed, but not diluted with water to help them pass through her system. So that is one of the side effects. You can develop a medical condition from chronic dehydration. If you're sweating and it lasts for several hours, that's when you should start introducing electrolyte drinks. I will tell you, these are my 2 favorite: liquid IV and rainwater. I will be honest, they are more on the higher end scale of pricing. But I will tell you, they work, and they work really fast, and they help. My mom started getting muscle spasms on Sunday. I brought her with me, and she's 70. She is not happy at all. And we flew from Atlanta to St. Thomas, and then we went from St. Thomas to St. Croix on one of the little puddle jumpers, which is hot, right? They're not temperature regulated. And then, we had to stand outside waiting for the rental car and all of those different things. And by the time we got to the house, to the apartment or hotel, of course, her arms were. And so, older woman who doesn't work out a lot, isn't doing much. So I gave her some of this and it worked very quickly, and she felt better the next day. So, great to travel with if you're going to places like Egypt. Where it's really hot. But this one is called Brain Water and this one's Liquid IV. I will say that I'm not sure where you can get this in a store, but most retailers sell Liquid IV now. Do you guys have Costco on the island? No.
Possible, but Amazon works well.
Amazon works well. Okay, great. Okay. I should have researched what stores you guys have so that I'm not standing here saying like, well, we have all the stores in Atlanta. Amazon works best for us too, so. So this is an example of the hydration recommendations. And this is, if you are, most people self-report, they're really cells if they drink about 5 bottles a day when in high heat conditions. We're talking 91 to 100 degrees, which is representative of here, right? 91 to 103 degrees, you should be drinking 15 bottles every day. Yeah, so that's a lot of water. If you're at a moderate heat index. Another thing you can do if you have crews is educate them about the urine index. Has anyone ever seen this chart? Okay, so my cautions for this is A, it doesn't work for construction crews using porta potties because you don't want to encourage them to look down to see what color their urine is because it's disgusting. But this is the urine color code chart that shows as you become more dehydrated, your urine becomes dark. Caveats. Vitamins and a lot of medications messes this up. You can end up with neon colored pee if you take certain vitamins. So you can't use that as an indicator. You don't want anyone coming to you freaking out that they're not, yeah. Good color. But you know, when I ran in college, our goal was to have clear urine all the time. And they would tell us to, you know, we would have to, you know, tell them where we were on the urine chart. And if we were anywhere besides 1 or 2, we had to keep drinking to stay hydrated. And you want to be between 1, 2, and 3 once you start getting into those higher levels. Again, it's not that you guys have to worry about this, but I ran a marathon in February in Alabama when they were having a cold snap and it was 17 degrees out. And I didn't want to drink the water as I was running past all the water stuff because the water they had sitting outside was ice cold. And when this is more information than you ever wanted, but when I got done, my urine was an 8. I was like severely dehydrated. And I know this because I was about a quarter of a mile from the finish and I got a Charlie horse and my entire leg cramped up. And anyway, you live, you learn, right? I'm not going to schedule a February marathon again, right? That was the lesson there. And then this is another example of the urine chart to kind of give them. So in manufacturing plants or places that have bathrooms, this might be a good, you can add it to a like news story or that you post on the back of the bathroom stalls or somewhere in the bathrooms to say, hey, did you know? And then have them think about that as an example. All right, so I'm going to let Rachel talk about the hydration monitoring technology because she's had experience with that.
Yeah, so I haven't had much personal experience with it, but I went to a safety conference last year because I came across these 2 companies that have developed these devices that can be used to track employee hydration status. So the first one is that is going on here, and so it's a wearable like patch that you can place like on an employee's arm, and then it can get hooked up to there's like a mobile application that you can download on your phone, and it'll send like real-time updates to the employee regarding their hydration status and like how much water they need to drink in order to rehydrate, and also what electrolytes they need. And then it can also be, those notifications can be sent to their supervisor as well. So the company that makes the patch, they're called Epicor Biosystems. And they had started by working with athletes, but now they're moving towards working, you know, in industry and with workers. And then another company that I came across was one called MX3 Diagnostics. And they have this device that basically it just has this little like sampling device like at the end of it, and then just touch your tongue like ever so lightly, and then they can tell you right then and there like what your hydration status. And so they had kept like they were like, yeah, I'll show you how to use it. And so they were like, okay, yeah, we're good. So it could be an easier way than, you know, weighing your employees, you know, before and after to see whether they're properly hydrated. But those are the two companies that I know of that have these, you know, technology. And then with the one that that uses the saliva, they also have an application that can be connected, you know, so you can see your hydration you know, on what to consume in order to stay on top of hydration. So the first one was Epicor Biosystems, and then the other one was MX3.
So my one caveat to that, and I'll say this again when I share some other technology we have, is that if you're going to be bringing in any technology that is wearable technology, you want to include your human resource department and legal team to make sure that that everybody is okay with the information you're gathering and that it's being stored and used appropriately. What I mean by that is, what happens if you're monitoring somebody's hydration and the manager decides not to do anything about it? And that person ends up getting sick or needing to go to the hospital, and you're not responding in a timely manner to that information. So just be aware that as we expand into wearables, which is where a lot of the technology is going, you need to understand the tolerance of your workers. How many of y'all would be okay, your workers be okay with putting something like that on them? Right. So like we want to be thinking about how we would introduce that technology and do it in a way that's positive and productive, versus it being seen as Big Brother, and overreach. Oh, so we want to make sure that we're coming prepared to work. These are big problems, right? Alcohol consumption of diuretics, like high levels of caffeine, energy drinks. I have been to so many construction sites lately where energy drinks are just thrown all over the site. And I've been talking to a lot of the Metro Atlanta general contractors. We do a lot of partnership sites where they're putting up big buildings, and that they are having heat stress issues because their workers are drinking energy drinks. And they're leading to heart attacks, heat stroke. So those are the big problem that I see with companies having to deal with. And it's terrible because they market them deceptively. I don't know if you've ever walked out, like looked at some of the energy drinks. Some of them are marketed as being like super healthy, but they're not. Also, not skipping meals, bringing your own water bottle, hydrating the day before. And then consider your medications. Also dressing appropriately, wearing light colored clothing. So all things that I think you guys are probably fairly aware of, but that they do have a big help. They do help. So let's do a knowledge check and then we have a hydration activity. Okay, so how many ounces of water should be consumed every 15 to 20 minutes when performing moderate activity in the heat? 8 ounces. Yep. When should workers drink sports drinks with balanced electrolytes? Yes. So if it's not hot enough, for them to be sweating, then they shouldn't be using electrolytes. But if they are sweating for several hours, then you want to be introducing them. So if I was an employer and and it's not hot out and they aren't sweating, I would not also be introducing electrolytes to the environment. I would be offering water. Can anyone guess why I would be making that decision? Well, A, it would help me conserve my resources, but I may be introducing an overbalance of electrolytes to their bodies that could lead to issues like kidney stones, like diabetic issues, if you're getting too much sugar in their system. So I don't want to introduce them unless they're sweating. So that would be a decision so do you not very rarely sweat? I think you would, like for individuals like you, I would talk to your doctor and get an idea of what would be that balance for you individually. I'm just talking about like a work crew in general. You want to be careful. Some of do you guys ever use the squinchers? It's called squincher. It's in a tube and you put them in the freezer and then they have like the frozen pops. They have a ton of magnesium in it, which is great for electrolyte balance. But if you consume too many of them, you'll end up with diarrhea. Some of them are sugar-free, but it still has the magnesium that causes diarrhea, which is the same ingredient that would be in like Calm if you are. But I've gone to job sites where the workers were like, these taste good. I'm going to eat 4 of them. And you're like, that's not the appropriate, that's not what we want to be consuming them for. Alcohol consumption within 24 hours of the work shift can increase the risk of heat illness. True or false? True. Employees should only worry about hydrating during and after their work shift. False. Drinking water frequently and eating regular meals is usually sufficient for hydration. That is true if you're keeping on top of it and you're hydrating enough. That means you need to be upping your water the more you're sweating. And then what are some ways that you can encourage proper hydration again for workers, amongst workers? Can you? Yes. So you can provide cups, put it close in the vicinity. You can provide training so that you can educate them on the balance, the importance of drinking water. I'm sorry. Yeah, you can also provide them the urine chart. So there's lots of different ways that you can encourage it, even though it's a behavior you're expecting workers. So in your notebook on tab 4, there is this thing called the Heat Stress Hydration Toolbox Talk. And so this is a toolbox talk that goes through the importance of staying hydrated that you can do with your workforce. And then one of the activities that we have employees do, and I've done this a bunch of times at different construction sites, and it's hysterical to see what they end up choosing. Let me open up this other slide. hold on, there we go. There we go. Let me do that. There we go. Are we better? Okay, we're back on. Okay, so this hydration is, I bring a variety of different drinks to a job site, and I talk to them about hydration, and then I ask the crew before a shift, how would you hydrate? And I ask them to rank them in order from best choice to worst choice. And so typically what I bring is a Monster energy drink, a water bottle, some type of Gatorade, and a Pedialyte. There's lots of different variations of Pedialytes. So how would you guys rank these before the shift? What would you do first? The Aquafina, okay. What would be second? Pedialyte, maybe, right? What would be third? Gatorade, and what would be fourth? You should have said, we don't drink Monster. We would remove it from the choices, right? But then we ask the crews to look at the bottles. So I normally have the physical bottles when I'm there and I have them look at them. And I don't know if you guys can read this from this far away, but the Gatorade here is not a sugar-free Gatorade. And the serving size is 1 bottle. It has 140 calories, 270 milligrams of sodium, but it has 36 grams of sugar. So if you're drinking more than one of those a day, you're easily topping out your entire sugar for the entire day. Pedialyte is always the shocker for individuals because when you're supposed to be drinking Pedialyte is after you've had stomach viruses where you're getting dehydrated. And if you drink a whole bottle of this one, it also has 25 grams of sugar, which is 50% of your daily intake of sugar. So Pedialyte and that has 25 grams of sugar. This has 34 grams of sugar. But they have a lot of sugar in them. Again, if you're sick and you're not eating or drinking, this is necessary. There is a Hispanic brand of Pedialyte that they sell in all the gas stations. I can't remember what it's called, but it is like specifically marketed to the construction workers near me. Because they have it next to the water. Like, here, choose this instead. And it makes me so frustrated because it's so high in sugar. It's like false advertising. And then the Monster drink. It has 54 grams of sugar. It has 108% of your daily recommended. And that's not even including all these other things that are in it that are dangerous. What is not included in this chart, which I also recommend looking at, and it's kind of hard to see on the back of here, but a Monster drink typically has the equivalent of 2 cups of coffee. Say how much caffeine? Oh, there's the caffeine. 160 milligrams. And so caffeine is a diuretic. Caffeine is actually bodies water instead of brain. So that's it's a good talking point with your coworkers to emphasize, but they are seeing lots of young people having heart attacks because of these energy drinks that are out there. And then we ask them what to do after the shift. And so after the shift again is where you would say, maybe you might be adding, you want to do the water before the shift, but then you might want to be replacing electrolytes after the shift with the Gatorade. maybe a sugar-free version of the Gatorade Zero. Or Powerade Zero, it doesn't matter if you're a Coke or a Pepsi Cola person. It does have half the sugar, yeah. So, I mean, when you're purchasing it, let me see here. These two packets both have 0 sugars in them. So you can get sugar-free. You have to be really cautious when you're introducing a lot of sugar to a work environment that may have pre-diabetic or diabetic employees working in that work environment, which is why we want you to be so cautious. Yes. Yes, great example. I love cut up oranges, bananas, apples. Fresh fruit is a great food to have available to help you get hydrated and keep the energy up. And you're getting other benefits because yes, there's sugar in fruit, but there's also fiber and the other nutrients you need, and it's in a balanced mechanism. So my favorite is cut up oranges. So there's that. Okay, I'm gonna close this and it's gonna stop sharing again, probably, maybe. There, hold on. Okay. Go back to this. Okay. All right. So what we recommend you doing is, sorry, I'm struggling with is to go through a series of pre-planning exposure assessments. So factors to be considered, the environmental conditions, like are you thinking about where you are, what the humidity, sunlight, air temperature is? Are there presence of ovens, furnaces? Are you near water? Are you near buildings with lots of windows and mirror-like windows? How physically active are workers going to be? What is the personal protective equipment and clothing or gear? Like, do you have a guy that's going into a tank to do welding? I had a person in one of my classes that at their company, they had a welder who had a heat stroke. And he went blind as a result of it. His body temperature killed. And I don't know the biological mechanism, because again, I'm not a doctor, but whatever it did, it burned out the system near his eyes, and kind of like a long time ago, you could get scarlet fever and go blind. That's what happened to him. So in that situation, he's wearing leathers in hot environments. So the PPE required for his job makes it challenging. Okay. This is an example of a chart that can be used to help you with the pre-planning or using the heat stress app. You can also use what's called the wet bulb globe thermometer. Has anyone ever heard of this? Okay, so if OSHA were to ever show up at your site to do a heat stress monitoring, this is the machine that they would bring out. They're very expensive. These are like $20,000 machines, which I don't know why. The technology is not new. I don't know why they charge so much. But basically, this here is measuring the direct sunlight. This wet bulb thermometer is measuring the humidity in the air, and the dry thermometer is measuring the air temperature and the movement of air that's passing. What you get is you can measure conditions inside and outside of a building, and it gives you both the heat index, the wet bulb globe thermometer temperature, and the actual temperature outside. We did this at a construction site where we brought like 5 of them out to the construction site, and we did one on every floor. And it was a building and they hadn't enclosed it yet. So the whole building was open. And we measured all the different floors and the temperature went up by 1 or 2 degrees every floor we went up. So the amount of water that they have to consume increased as they went up. And then on the top floor, because they had just had the black tar paper put down, but they didn't put anything on top, and it was a lot of radiant heat being pulled directly to the black roof of the building, they were like 5 or 6 degrees hotter. So the work rest breaks changed dramatically depending on where they were on the building. And it accounts for all those different factors that are listed. You can also do heat assessments. We consider, I kind of went through this earlier when I gave you the different jobs that somebody might be doing for light, moderate, or heavy, or very heavy work. But you need to determine how hard they're working, and then you can use a calculator that is on the OSHA website. You just want to Google heat stress calculator, and you can input what the temperature is, what the workload is, how acclimated they are to the work environment, what kind of clothing they're wearing, and then it'll help you develop work rest breaks and to figure out if they're going to be at risk for heat stress. We have these, they're by a company called Slate Safety. They're armbands that you can put on a person's arm and they can wear them. And they measure your core body temperature, your movement, and your heart rate. And they can also be enabled to do GPS locating, so you can see where they are on the job site. They send text messages if your body temperature or your heart rate goes above a certain level. So we did these at a landscaping company that was growing like one of those companies that grows plants for people to buy at like a Home Depot. And we were able to, the one worker that was out in the field, the company wanted to know about this technology because they're sending people out into fields to work by themselves. And so while they were standing there, Vicky and Brandon, they got text messages alert that the employees' heart rate went up, their body temperature stayed normal. And then they were able to show on the GPS map that the employee was running all over the place. So they went and found the employee, and he was being chased by some sort of insects that he apparently was scared of. So this is probably not the good fit for this employee to be working in an environment where he's terrified of pollinators. But that is a technology. Again, like I said, you have to be cautious about whether or not and how you use this and whether or not it's considered invasive. So when we do this at a workplace, we normally say, are there any volunteers? And then we also tell them that we're only going to do a snapshot to get an idea of if the exposures are high or low. I think the best use of this technology, though, might be where you have grounds crews that are going into remote locations and you want them to get text messages if their body temperature is up so they know that to take a break. And then also you can find them if they fall down. So that is a good use of it. And then finally, for employee training, things you really want to be working on is, do they know the signs and symptoms? Do they know how to administer first aid? If they are required to perform first aid, or is it voluntary? Like having that all understood. One thing that we see happen a lot with workers is that they're completely unaware that they're going into heat stress because they think they can work through it. And then when they're in that really dangerous category, they're not focusing the way they should be, and they need somebody else to be aware of their changes in behavior or habits. I think awkward postures are the best way to see if a worker is experiencing heat stress, because they start overcompensating because of the muscle aches and cramping. And you can normally tell if they're not positioning their body in the way they normally would be to do the task. They should be aware of the heat-related illnesses, the cause of it, how to care proper care and use of heat protective clothing, and equipment. How factors such as drugs, alcohol, obesity, and tolerance can affect tolerance for heat. How important it is to get acclimated. How important it is to report these signs and symptoms, and then how to respond to these signs and symptoms of heat-related illness. And that's where the buddy system is so important. If your coworker is showing signs of weakness, nausea, dizziness, vomiting, confusion, fainting, or irritability, those are usually good signs that they need to take a break. A nice little timeout might help them feel better. Some cold water, some shade for a little bit, and make sure that they're feeling better. Though if they're vomiting, what should we be doing? Calling 911, right? If we're at the point where we're vomiting, we'll be calling 911. We want to give them water to drink. We want to move them to a cooler area. We want to cool them with water, ice, or fans. We want to remove any necessary clothing. Do not leave them alone. Always stay with the person and notify a supervisor. And if there's any doubt, you want to dial 911. So to create a prevention plan, we have one available on our website. So do we have that in here somewhere? Rachel? Oh, it's at the bottom of every slide. So at the bottom, where's our website? At the bottom of every slide, it says oshainfo.godtech.edu. If you go to our website, you can look up, we have a heat sample written program for heat stress prevention.
But on one of the next slides, we have.
The QR
code, yeah.
I knew it was somewhere. I just forgot. So the example of how to create a heat illness prevention program is to list out all the job tasks you have employees doing. This is something that OSHA would ask for if they were to show up at your job site. And then how you're going to control it. So this person is doing field work at a botanical garden, and that's conducted outside in direct sunlight. So you might have them have a movable pop-up tent to provide shade, jugs of water and electrolytes, and then cooling vests. And so if you want to, you can pull out your phone and take a picture of that, and it'll pull up a QR code for you to go directly to the website where you can download our sample written program. Just have a few more slides while I give you guys time to scan that. Do any of you have any questions? Okay. So as far as clothing, there are a lot of opportunities for cooling devices and prevention. First off, water-cooled garments that you can buy garments that push water through your body, through the shirt. And they're usually battery driven. They can provide coolant or some cooling mechanism. This is appropriate for situations where you have like tower climbers that are doing work where they have to climb a tower and work up there for 5 or 6 hours and they can't come back down. And you don't want them to pass out while they're working at elevated heights for long periods of time. We have ice pack vests. The downside of ice pack vests is they can be heavy. We bought all these different cooling vests so that we could test them out so we could give recommendations to companies. And some of them were so, after you froze them and you put the ice packs in, it was like carrying around 15 extra pounds. And I don't know if it was worth it. They do have air-cooled garments, suits, and hoods where you have air vents to help get that circulation through your body. I love the wetted overgarments. So those are the cooling towels that we talked about. They make cooling caps that you can purchase, cooling sweatbands, all different materials. Some of it's this technology where you snap it and it keeps its cool for a period of time. You want to make sure people are wearing light, loose fitting fabric, a breathable fabric, and shirts with long sleeves help avoid sunburn. So, there are calculations you can do to actually measure how much hotter it is once you add additional personal protective equipment. If you want me to go through them with you, I'd be happy to. I love talking nerdy science math to anybody who would like to know. But you can do a calculation by how hard you're working, what PPE you're wearing. It actually feels like this number of degrees outside. But you may need to increase the monitoring if people are wearing equipment like Tyvek suits. And make sure that they are getting enough water, they have appropriate time to go to the bathroom. And then also remember that heat stress kills more people than any other weather event, and we don't know. Most treating physicians in emergency departments are seeing patients that are going through kidney failure or heart attacks when they're really having heat stroke. And that's a problem because the cause of death is listed as kidney failure. It's very rarely listed as heat stroke. So we really don't know how many heat stroke cases are out there. Just be aware that older adults, infants, children, pregnant women, people with medical conditions, they're all at risk. They have limited personal resources or at high risk, and you need to know the signs and symptoms. And then finally, you want to consider medications, staying hydrated. As much as possible, go to cool areas or air-conditioned areas. You can take cooler showers like Rachel mentioned, but also limit the outdoor activities that you're doing to cooler parts of the day. And then finally, we have a listing of resources. So I'm going to leave that up. And I'm going to turn it back over to Rachel to close out the class, right? Or do anything else that I missed.
Well, typically we do a activity at the end. We're not gonna hold you all until after 1:30, don't worry. But there is, if you go to tab 2, these are really interesting case studies to read through that basically highlight they highlight heat-related fatalities. And so, nope, sorry, not at the beginning. So there's like a goldenrod sheet, and then we're gonna go to the last section there, where it says case studies, fatality investigation workshop. And so the first one was a migrant farm worker who died from a heat stroke while working on a tobacco farm. And basically what happened with this one is he wasn't acclimated. He was starting to feel the symptoms that we've talked about. And then he was actually, his supervisor dropped him off at home, and he didn't even make it through his front door. And so again, just going back to the point where we never want to leave somebody alone if they're showing these symptoms of heat exhaustion or heat stroke. And then the next one is the one that I had referenced earlier. It was a landscape mowing assistant. He had been, it's a very interesting case, but he was taking an antipsychotic medication, and he also was wearing like 2 layers of clothes, and he wasn't hydrating properly, and he wasn't eating. And so that particular case study covers, kind of what led up to this fatality. And then the third one was related to a construction laborer who also he was found next to his car. He had finished his shift, and he was walking back to his car after his shift, and he unfortunately passed away from a heat stroke. And then the last one is related to a firefighter who was in California who had been very sick the week before. And so he was already pretty dehydrated from his illness. Anyways, they're really interesting case studies to read through. And we also included the answers in the next tab and tab 3, which basically go over like different recommendations in terms of what could have been done to prevent these particular fatalities from occurring. So These are really great to use as part of your employee training, just to kind of show them that like everything that we're talking about, it does happen. And just to kind of have a conversation about, you know, what could have been done to prevent it from happening? What can we do, you know, in the workplace to prevent something like this from happening? I have a few housekeeping things to go over with you all. So everybody signed the sign-in sheet, correct? All right, and then did everyone get a student data form? You're gonna fill this out. This is you're gonna include the information that we're gonna use to send you your course completion certificate. So for the name, include the name that you want on the certificate. And then for mailing address, this is the address that you will want us to mail the certificate to. And then now you all can go ahead and fill out the evaluation form. You know, we really value your feedback. You know, what we did well, what we could work on in the future. And then there's also another form, which is a form that's from OSHA. It's the optional trainee form. So you're not required to fill this one out. But it's just to give us an idea of who's attending our classes. And then lastly, I forgot, any public sector employees, I have an additional form for you all to fill out. So yeah, yes, this is a grant funded training. So with that comes lots of forms. But otherwise, that is it. So we really appreciate you all coming out today and joining us, and stay cool as best you can, right? Stay hydrated. Yes.
We can make, I can collect them, thank you.
And take your work with you. If you want to take extras, if you want to take extras, you can take them as well.